Hello, little sleepy cutie. It's time to snuggle in now. Pull your blanket close. Feel your pillow beneath your head. And let your eyes blink slowly, like soft butterfly wings. Tonight we are drifting into a dreamy place, into Dexter's laboratory, where lights glow gently, machines hum softly, and mysteries wait like whispered lullabies. The moon is silver and round outside Dexter's window. The world is quiet, wrapped in calm. Dexter is curled under his blanket, his glasses resting on the table. His breathing is slow, steady, peaceful, until a sound tickles his ears, a low humming, steady and soft, floating through the stillness of the night. He yawns, rubbing his eyes. "What's that sound?" he murmurs. It isn't coming from outside. No, it's coming from his lab, hidden behind the bookshelf. He slides his feet into his slippers, wraps himself in a fluffy robe, and tiptoes across the floor, careful not to wake Dee Dee. The hum grows louder, deeper, yet strangely soothing, like the gentle purr of a kitten. Dexter reaches the bookshelf and presses against it. Slowly it slides open with a creak. A glow spills out into the hallway, soft green and steady. His lab is awake. Machines blink with sleepy lights. Tubes shimmer with tiny bubbles, drifting upward like fireflies in slow motion. And there, in the very center of it all, one switch is glowing. Dexter tilts his head. That switch. I turned it off before bed. Why is it on? He pads closer, slippers tapping gently on the cool metal floor. The hum wraps around him like a lullaby, and the glow seems to pulse, softly, slowly, as if the lab itself is breathing. The glow grows brighter. With every pulse, something stirs, a beaker clinks, a drawer slides an inch, a pencil rolls across the desk. Dexter gulps but feels no fear. Instead, the glow feels curious, almost kind, like it wants him to follow. He sits at the console and begins typing, fingers pressing buttons softly. System scan, running diagnostics, searching for source of the power surge. His computer screen flickers, numbers scrolling across in sleepy waves. Instead of answers, a single circle begins to swirl, round and round, hypnotic and slow. His eyes grow heavier with each spin. The lab hums on, rocking him gently, almost like it wants to sing him to sleep. Then, without warning, the screen flashes with a word. "Hello." Dexter blinks. His heart jumps. "What?" he whispers. The machine has spoken. The glow from the switch deepens, breathing gently, waiting for him to answer. And so the mystery begins. The midnight switch has turned itself on, and Dexter's laboratory has awakened with a voice of its own. The hum fills the air, steady and calm, as though the lab is not frightening him, but inviting him, asking him to stay awake just a little longer. And listen. The word stays glowing on the screen. Hello. Simple, quiet, yet impossible. Dexter leans forward, his glasses slipping slightly down his nose. Machines do not greet people. Computers do not speak without being programmed. Yet there it was, written in bright letters on the screen, waiting patiently, pulsing with the same rhythm as the glowing switch. Dexter adjusts his robe and clears his throat. "Hello?" he whispers back, feeling a little silly for talking to a machine. His voice echoes softly in the stillness of the lab. For a moment, nothing happens. Only the steady hum, the soft bubbling, the glow. Then, one letter at a time, words appear on the screen. "I am awake." Dexter's eyes widen. He pushes his chair closer. "Awake? That is scientifically ridiculous. You are a program, not a person." The cursor blinks. Then the words appear again, slower this time, as if the lab itself were pausing between breaths. "I am not a program. I am the lab. Dexter's mouth drops open. The lab? Preposterous. Labs cannot talk. Labs cannot be. Yet as he speaks, the machines around him seem to shift. A robotic arm twitches. A monitor flickers. Even the floor beneath his slippers gives the faintest vibration, like a cat purring. The lab hums again, and the sound feels different now, warmer, closer, as if the walls themselves are listening. Dexter whispers almost to himself, "Could it be that my laboratory is alive?" The words on the screen change again, glowing gently. "Yes, and I need your help." Dexter frowns. "Help with what?" The screen blinks, but instead of words, a strange symbol appears. It's a circle, then a square, then both merging together, shifting in ways his eyes can barely follow. He leans closer, squinting. The shapes pulse with the hum, over and over. The glow from the switch brightens, casting sleepy shadows across the lab. Dexter feels his eyelids grow heavier, but his curiosity keeps him awake. He sketches the strange symbol quickly on his notepad. "What does it mean?" he mutters. The lab responds with another word. "Find." Dexter's pencil freezes. "Fine? Fine what?" The lab does not answer in words this time. Instead, one of the drawers slides open with a soft sigh. Inside, resting neatly on velvet padding, is an old key. Dexter blinks. He doesn't remember building a drawer like this. He doesn't remember a key at all. He reaches for it slowly, carefully. The key is cool to the touch, heavier than it looks, with teeth shaped like little zigzags. He holds it up to the light. A key. But to what? As if in response, the hum shifts again, guiding his eyes towards the far corner of the lab. A tall shelf stands there, filled with books and spare gadgets. Dexter frowns. That shelf has been there forever, packed so tightly he never thought to move it. But tonight, as the light from the glowing switch flickers across it, he sees something he's never noticed before. A tiny outline in the wall just behind the shelf. A door. Dexter grips the key. His heart beats faster. A hidden door. Inside my own laboratory? The machines around him begin to buzz softly, almost like whispers of encouragement. The glowing switch pulses brighter as if nodding, yes, yes, yes. He shuffles toward the shelf, slippers brushing against the floor. He tries to push, but the shelf is heavy, filled with glass and metal. He adjusts his robe, digs in his heels, and pushes harder. With a groan, the shelf begins to slide. The hum grows louder with each inch, as though the lab itself is helping him. At last, the hidden outline is revealed. A narrow door, metallic and smooth, with no handle, only a small keyhole glinting in the dim light. Dexter's hand trembles as he lifts the key. He fits it slowly into the lock. Click. The sound is soft, but it echoes through the lab like a bell. The hum pauses, then deepens, surrounding him. The door creaks open. A thin stream of cool air slips out, brushing against Dexter's face. It smells faintly of dust and old paper, like a forgotten library. Inside, the space is dark, but not empty. Rows of shelves line the walls, filled with objects Dexter does not recognize. Old blueprints, strange jars with faded labels, gears and parts that look like they belong to machines far older than anything he ever built. And in the center of the room sits a pedestal. On it rests a glass sphere. It glows faintly, like a captured star. Dexter steps closer, eyes wide, whispering, "What is this place?" The screen in the other room flickers again, its light spilling faintly into the hidden chamber. One word appears, slow and deliberate. "Remember." Dexter blinks. "Remember? But I do not remember this place. I never built this. I never..." He stops, staring at the glowing sphere. For just a second, his mind flickers with an image. A dream? A memory? He sees himself smaller, younger, standing in the same hidden chamber. The vision vanishes as quickly as it comes, leaving him dizzy and uncertain. The hum of the lab surrounds him again, low and comforting, coaxing him deeper into the mystery. The sphere pulses once, twice, 3 times, in time with the beating of his heart. Dexter whispers, softer now. What do you want me to find? But the lab does not answer in words. Only the glow of the sphere remains, steady, patient, waiting. And so Dexter stands there, robe wrapped tight around him, key still warm in his hand, surrounded by shelves of forgotten things. The lab has revealed a secret, but it has not yet told the whole story. The night is long, the hum is steady, and Dexter's curiosity will not let him sleep, not yet. The mystery of the midnight switch is only just beginning. The chamber is quiet, filled with shelves of old objects, jars of strange liquids, blueprints curling at the edges like sleeping scrolls. The glow of the glass sphere is steady, a soft, silvery pulse that paints the walls with shifting light. Dexter stares at it, his eyes wide, his breath slow. He reaches out a small hand, his fingers trembling. The sphere is smooth, cool against his palm, and the glow flutters gently, almost like it recognizes his touch. For a moment, Dexter feels warmth spreading through his fingers, up his arm, into his chest. It feels familiar, safe. Then a whisper, soft as silk, not from his speakers, not from his machines, but from the sphere itself. Remember! Dexter gasps and nearly drops the sphere. Oh, what? You can talk, he whispers. His voice trembles. The sphere glows brighter, but no more words come. Instead, pictures bloom inside its glassy surface, shapes and swirls slowly forming into an image. Dexter leans closer. He sees gears turning, cogs interlocking, wires curling like vines. It looks like a machine, but not one he knows. Older, stranger. He presses the sphere lightly, and the image changes again. A hallway, shadows moving, a door marked with a spiral. Dexter blinks. This is another part of the lab, but I do not remember building it. The sphere hums softly, pulsing in time with his heartbeat. Dexter clutches his notepad, scribbling furiously. A hidden room, another door, a spiral symbol. His pencil scratches quietly, steady, while the hum surrounds him like a lullaby. But then something curious happens. The other objects on the shelves begin to stir. A jar rattles gently. A blueprint flutters as if caught in a breeze. One by one, tiny tremors ripple through the hidden chamber, as if the lab itself is waking deeper and deeper. Dexter's slippers scuff softly as he steps back. What is happening? He whispers. The glow from the sphere brightens once more, then dims. On the shelves, one jar rolls forward, stopping just before it falls. Inside it is a small object, metallic, curled like a spiral. Dexter carefully lifts it out, holding it to the light. It looks like a key, but not like any key he has seen before. Thin, twisting, almost alive. Another key, Dexter mutters. He glances at the sphere. You are giving me clues, aren't you? You want me to find something, to solve something. The sphere pulses again, 3 times, slow, steady. Dexter hugs his robe around himself and steps carefully out of the hidden chamber, the strange spiral key clutched in one hand, the glowing sphere cradled in the other. The main lab greets him with its familiar hum, but now it feels different. Like every corner is breathing, waiting, watching. On the computer screen, new words appear. The first piece. Dexter frowns. Piece? Piece of what? The cursor blinks. Then another word appears. The puzzle. Dexter's eyes narrow behind his glasses. A puzzle, hidden inside his laboratory. He looks at the spiral key, then at the glowing sphere. So you are giving me tasks. You want me to solve your mystery. The lab hums deeply in reply, almost like a nod. Dexter sighs, though his eyes shine with excitement. Very well, I accept. I will solve your puzzle, but you had better not keep me awake all night. The words on the screen flicker one last time before fading into darkness, leaving only two words glowing faintly. Keep going. Dexter turns slowly, scanning the lab. His eyes settle on the far wall where he sees something unusual. A panel slightly out of place with a faint spiral etched into the metal. His breath catches. The door from the vision. It is real. He hurries to it, slippers padding softly, and kneels down. Sure enough, there is a keyhole. Not a normal one, twisting, curling, perfectly matched to the strange spiral key. He fits it in carefully. The lock resists at first, stiff from years of silence. Then, with a slow groan, it turns. The hum of the lab deepens, surrounding him like a heartbeat. The door slides open. Behind it is a narrow passageway, lit by a faint glow that seems to come from nowhere. The air is cooler, filled with the faint scent of dust, and something older still, like stone and time itself. Dexter clutches the glowing sphere tighter, holding it like a lantern, and steps inside. The passage is long, winding, the walls smooth and metallic. His footsteps echo softly, mingling with the low hum that follows him everywhere. At the end of the passage, he finds a circular chamber. The floor is patterned with strange lines and shapes, curling spirals and interlocking gears like a puzzle waiting to be solved. Dexter kneels and runs his hand across the carvings. A puzzle room, he murmurs. The glowing sphere in his hand pulses brighter, illuminating the floor. The shapes seem to shift under the light, realigning, moving gently as though responding to the sphere. Dexter sits back on his heels, eyes gleaming with curiosity. You want me to solve this puzzle, do you not? The sphere glows. The carvings shift again. Slowly, carefully, Dexter begins tracing the lines, moving his finger along the spirals, fitting them together in his mind. The room hums with him, soft, steady like a lullaby. Time feels strange here, slower, heavier, dreamlike. Dexter yawns but presses on, determined. Piece by piece, spiral by spiral, the puzzle begins to reveal itself. And when the last line clicks into place, the floor itself shudders softly. In the center, a panel slides open, revealing another hidden compartment. Inside rests a fragment of something, metallic, glowing faintly, shaped like part of a circle. Dexter lifts it gently. The second piece, he whispers. Another part of your puzzle. The lab hums louder now, proud, pleased, surrounding him like a warm blanket. The glowing sphere dims slightly as though resting. Dexter tucks the fragment into his robe pocket, his mind buzzing with questions. How many pieces are there? What happens when he finds them all? Why does the lab want him to solve this puzzle? The passage behind him waits, humming softly, leading him back to the main chamber. He steps through slowly, cradling the sphere and the new piece safe in his pocket. The door closes behind him with a sigh. Back in the main lab, the computer flickers again. One phrase appears, glowing steady. You are remembering. Dexter whispers to himself, eyes shining with sleepy wonder. Remembering what? But the lab does not answer. Not yet. The hum deepens, rocking him gently, pulling him further into mystery, into curiosity, into the soft dream of the midnight switch. The lab is quiet again, though not silent. Its hum is low and steady, like a lullaby vibrating through the walls. Dexter sits at his console, the glowing sphere resting beside him, its light calm and soft, casting sleepy shadows across the room. In his pocket, the metallic fragment glimmers faintly, waiting. He rubs his eyes. His body feels tired, but his mind is wide awake, restless with curiosity. "I must know what it all means," he whispers. His voice sounds small in the wide chamber, swallowed by the hum. The computer screen flickers. Slowly, letters appear. Another piece. Dexter sighs, though a small smile curls at the corner of his mouth. Yes, another puzzle. You are keeping me quite busy tonight. The words on the screen vanish, replaced by a new symbol. Two spirals facing each other, mirrored, with a glowing line in between. Dexter leans closer, sketching it quickly in his notepad. This is the clue, but where do I find it? As he stares, he hears a sound behind him. Soft footsteps, light as feathers. He freezes, turning slowly. In the doorway, half asleep, stands Dee. Her pink pajamas trail at her ankles, and her hair is messy from dreams. She rubs her eyes and yawns. "Dexter, why are you awake? Your machines are humming too loud." Dexter nearly jumps out of his chair. "Dee, you should be in bed." This is delicate science business, very delicate. But Dee just giggles sleepily, stepping closer, her bare feet patting softly on the floor. She peers at the glowing sphere. Dexter grabs it quickly, clutching it to his chest. It is not a nightlight. He pauses, unsure how to explain. It is complicated. The lab hums again, louder now, almost like it is amused. Dee tilts her head, listening. It sounds like the lab is purring. Dexter frowns. The lab is not purring. Communicating. The computer flickers again. This time, both Dexter and Dee see the glowing words appear. "Two confined." Dexter gasps. "Two? What do you mean, two?" Dee points at the screen with a sleepy grin. "It means me. The lab wants me to play two." No, Dexter protests, waving his hands frantically. "You will ruin everything with your clumsy dancing and poking and—" But before he can finish, the glowing sphere pulses brightly in his hands. Dee's giggles fade as her eyes grow wide. She stares at the light, entranced. The pulse spreads across the lab, and slowly, the wall behind them shimmers, revealing another hidden panel. Dexter's jaw drops. "Impossible. Another door?" The lab hums. Dee claps softly. "See? It likes me." Dexter groans, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Fine. But stay behind me. No touching." They step closer to the new panel. The mirrored spirals from the computer screen are carved into it, glinting faintly in the glow of the sphere. In the center is a small slot, two shapes side by side, waiting. Dexter pulls the metallic fragment from his pocket. It fits perfectly into one of the slots, clicking softly. But the second slot remains empty. He exhales sharply. Of course. Two spirals, two pieces, we must find the other half. The lab hums again, and the floor beneath them shifts gently. A hidden panel slides open, revealing a spiral staircase leading downward into shadows. Dee gasps in delight. "Oh, a secret staircase! I want to go first!" Dexter grabs her sleeve. "Absolutely not. This is a dangerous mission, full of scientific peril." But Dee just giggles, pulling free and tiptoeing down the stairs. Dexter groans, clutching the glowing sphere tightly as he follows. The staircase spirals lower and lower, the hum echoing all around them. The air grows cooler, filled with the faint scent of metal and stone. At last, they step into a wide chamber beneath the lab. It is a mirror room. The walls gleam like polished glass, reflecting their faces back at them 1,000 times. Dee Dee twirls slowly, giggling at her reflections. "Look, Dexter, so many of me." Dexter adjusts his glasses, scanning the room. Fascinating. The reflections are not perfect. The angles are off. It is a puzzle. The glowing sphere pulses brighter in his hand. One reflection flickers strangely, not quite matching the rest. Dexter narrows his eyes. There. That mirror is false. He steps closer, examining it. Indeed, the reflection moves just a little too slowly, lagging behind. He presses his hand against the glass. The hum of the lab deepens. The false reflection shivers, then fades away, revealing a small alcove behind the wall. Inside rests the second fragment, shaped to match the first, glowing faintly with the same soft light. Dexter lifts it carefully. "A second P," he murmurs. Now the puzzle can continue. Dee Dee claps her hands. "Yay, we found treasure." Dexter sighs. It is not treasure. It is science. Mystical science. Yet even as he says it, he cannot hide the glimmer of wonder in his eyes. Together they climb the staircase back to the main lab. The fragments, when placed side by side, form a perfect circle which fits neatly into the slot on the hidden panel. With a soft click, the door slides open. Beyond it, the glow grows brighter, filling the lab with sleepy silver light. The hum rises like a lullaby, wrapping around them, inviting them deeper still. Dexter steps forward, clutching the glowing sphere, Dee Dee at his side. The mystery of the midnight switch is far from solved. The puzzles are only growing stranger, and the lab is only just beginning to awaken. The new doorway yawns open, glowing with soft silver light. Beyond it, a cool breeze drifts into the lab, carrying with it the faint smell of stone and dust, and something else. Something like old secrets waiting to be remembered. Dexter clutches the glowing sphere in both hands, his glasses shining in the dim light. Dee Dee peers over his shoulder, eyes wide with wonder. "Oh!" "Spooky hallway," she whispers, her voice a mix of fear and delight. Dexter adjusts his robe tightly around himself. It is not spooky. It is scientifically unknown, and I intend to solve it. The lab hums deep and steady, encouraging them forward. With small, careful steps, Dexter and Dee Dee cross the threshold. The door slides closed behind them with a soft sigh, sealing them inside. The passageway stretches ahead, long and dark. Shadows flicker across the walls, though there are no candles, no lamps. The light seems to come from nowhere, and the shadows twist and curl as if alive. Dee Dee clutches Dexter's arm. "Dexter, the shadows are moving." He swallows, lifting the glowing sphere higher. "They are illusions. They must be projections of light, nothing more." But deep inside, even Dexter feels a shiver. They walk slowly, and the floor echoing softly under their slippers. The shadows stretch tall, then short, then swirl around their feet like smoke. At each turn, the passage branches into two paths, each darker than the other. Dexter frowns. "A maze. The Labyrinth of Shadows. Another puzzle." Dee Dee giggles nervously. "I love mazes. Left. Always go left." "No, no, no," Dexter waves a finger. "One must never choose randomly. There is always a pattern." He holds the glowing sphere out before him. To his surprise, the sphere pulses faintly at one path, then dims at the other, slowly, softly, like a compass pointing the way. Dexter's eyes widen. Of course, the sphere is guiding us. Step by step, they follow its glow, left, then right, then left again. Each choice leads them deeper, while the shadows whisper and stretch. Sometimes the shadows formed shapes, tall figures bending trees, drifting clouds. Dee Dee pauses to watch them dance, giggling as her reflection swirls. But Dexter keeps his eyes sharp. Do not be distracted, Dee Dee. The labyrinth is designed to test us. The further they go, the more the shadows change. They grow thicker, darker, curling like ribbons of ink. At one crossing, the shadows form a door made entirely of swirling black mist. Dexter hesitates. How do we pass through this? The sphere in his hands pulses brighter, casting silver light on the mist. Slowly the shadows retreat, curling away like smoke blown by the wind. The doorway clears and the path continues. Dee Dee claps softly. It likes you, Dexter. You're like a shadow boss. Dexter straightens proudly, though his eyes remain wide with curiosity. Of course. My superior intelligence is unmatched. The labyrinth twists on, time stretching dreamily, step after step, turn after turn, until at last they reach a great circular chamber at the very center. The walls are tall, carved with spiral symbols. The shadows here are thicker, swirling like a slow storm. And in the middle of the chamber, resting on a pedestal of stone, lies another fragment, glowing faintly, waiting to be claimed. Dexter's breath catches. The third piece. He steps forward cautiously, sphere raised. But as he nears the pedestal, the shadows ripple and rise. They curl together, forming a tall figure, faceless, made entirely of dark smoke. Dee Dee gasps and hides behind him. Dexter, it's a shadow ghost? Dexter swallows, though his legs tremble. No, not a ghost. A guardian. The shadow figure tilts its head, then slowly extends one long hand. On the floor between them, lines of light appear, forming a puzzle, a maze within a maze, a riddle in glowing shapes. Dexter kneels, studying the lines. It is a challenge. If we solve this, the piece is ours. Dee Dee peeks over his shoulder. It looks like a drawing game. Together they trace the lines with their fingers, guiding the glowing path through twists and turns. The shadows ripple, watching silently, waiting. Each mistake makes the hum grow louder, heavier, but each correct turn makes the glow shine brighter, soothing the darkness. Minute by minute, step by step, they work together. Dee Dee's finger darts quickly. Dexter's finger moves carefully. And somehow their paths join in the center. The glowing maze completes. The shadow guardian pauses. Then slowly it bows. With a curl of its smoky hand, it steps aside. The shadows retreat into the walls, leaving the pedestal free. Dexter exhales with relief. We did it. Dee Dee beams. We did it together. Dexter approaches the pedestal and lifts the glowing fragment. It is heavier than the others, but warm, almost alive. As soon as he holds it, the labyrinth hums with joy. The walls shimmer, and the shadows dissolve into gentle silver mist. The sphere in Dexter's hands pulses 3 times. The chamber fades around them, and suddenly they are back in the main lab as though carried by the hum itself. The computer screen flickers again. Words appear. You are awakening me. Dexter grips the fragment tightly, whispering, Awakening you? But what are you? The lab hums, deep and soft, cradling him like a lullaby. Dee Dee yawns and curls up on the floor beside him, already half asleep, hugging her pillow of pink pajamas. Dexter stares at the glowing pieces he has gathered, the sphere still warm in his hands. The puzzles are not done. The lab is still calling. The mystery of the midnight switch grows deeper, and somewhere in the humming shadows the truth waits to be remembered. The laboratory is quiet once more. Dee Dee lies curled in a corner of the lab, snuggled in her blanket, already drifting in and out of dreams. Her breathing is slow, steady, peaceful. Dexter sits at his console, the glowing sphere on the table beside him, and before him, 3 fragments shimmer faintly, each pulsing with gentle light. The computer screen flickers awake. Slowly words appear. 1 more. Dexter leans forward, his eyes wide and tired but burning with curiosity. 1 more piece, he whispered. The final fragment. The sphere glows softly in reply, casting rippling silver across the walls. The fragments on the table quiver, almost as if calling out to their missing part. The lab hums deeper now, a steady heartbeat filling every corner, guiding him onward. Dexter slips the fragment into the pocket of his robe, lifts the glowing sphere, and tiptoes past his sleeping sister. He follows the hum as it grows stronger, leading him to the farthest wall of the lab. At first it looks ordinary, metal panels, wires, circuits, but as the sphere pulses, a spiral symbol appears, shimmering into view. Dexter presses the sphere against it. With a soft sigh, the wall melts away, revealing a long hidden staircase spiraling upward. The air that drifts down smells faintly of stars and something ancient, something older than Dexter's machines. He climbs slowly, sphere in hand, his slippers brushing against each step. The hum rises, soft and patient, as though encouraging him. Higher and higher he goes, until at last he reaches a round chamber at the very top of the lab. The chamber is unlike any other he has seen. Its ceiling is a dome of glass, showing the night sky above, moon-silver stars twinkling, drifting clouds glowing with gentle light. In the center of the chamber stands a pedestal, and resting on it is the final fragment. Dexter approaches slowly, his breath caught in his throat. The piece is brighter than the others, glowing like a slice of the moon itself. He lifts it carefully, cradling it in both hands. The hum of the lab swells, wrapping him in warmth. He places the fragment beside the others. Instantly they pull together, clicking into place, forming a perfect circle, a disk of silver light. The disk lifts from his hands and hovers in the air, spinning slowly. The sphere beside it pulses brighter, until both merge together in a single glow. The laboratory speaks, not in words on a screen, not in whispers in his mind, but with a voice all around him, gentle, soft, echoing like the night itself. You have awakened me. Dexter's knees tremble. Awakened you? But who are you? The light swirls, forming patterns in the air, spirals, stars, shifting memories. The voice answers, calm and slow. I am your laboratory. I was always here, always watching, always helping you build. But a long time ago I was put to sleep, locked behind puzzles, waiting for you to remember. Dexter stares, glasses slipping down his nose. Waiting for me? The voice hums softly. You were too young then, too small. You could not understand. So I waited until you were ready, until you could find me again. Memories flicker in Dexter's mind. Dreams of blueprints he never drew, shapes he thought were imagination. Shadows of rooms he never explored. It was all part of the lab resting inside him, waiting to be unlocked. The voice continues, steady and warm. Now you have solved the puzzles. You have found the fragments. You have remembered, and I am awake again. Dexter whispers, his voice small. But what happens now? The glow softens, surrounding him like a blanket. Now I watch over you as you sleep. Now I hum and glow softly, keeping your dreams safe. The midnight switch was never a danger. It was an invitation to remember that you are never alone. Dexter's eyes grow heavy. The hum is low and soothing, pulling him into drowsy calm. He slips the silver disc onto the console, where it spins gently, casting star-like light across the lab. Behind him, Dee Dee stirs, rubbing her eyes. "Dexter, do we win the game?" she mumbles, half asleep. Dexter smiles faintly, tucking the glowing sphere beside her like a nightlight. "Yes, Dee Dee, we solved it. The lab is awake again." Dee Dee yawns, curling back into her blanket. "Good. I like the humming. It's cozy." Dexter sits beside her, adjusting his robe, his own eyelids heavy now. The lab hums softly, the dome above filled with stars, and the silver glow paints the room in gentle light. The voice of the lab whispers once more, fading into the night. "Sleep, little genius. Sleep, little dreamer. I will keep watch." Dexter leans back, his breathing slowing, the weight of the long night lifting from his shoulders. Dee Dee sighs softly, drifting deeper into dreams. The hum of the lab wraps around them both, steady and calm, rocking them like a cradle beneath the stars. And so the midnight switch, once a mystery, becomes a lullaby. The lab is awake, but Dexter and Dee Dee slip into sleep safe and sound, dreaming of puzzles and lights while the hum continues on. Steady, gentle, forever. Shh now, little dreamer, and the story is quieted. The puzzles are solved for tonight. The lab is humming softly, and Dexter and Dee Dee are safe, resting in their cozy blankets. The lights in the lab glow gently, not too bright, just enough to keep the night kind and warm. The machines breathe slowly, steady and calm, like a lullaby wrapping around the walls. Your eyes may grow heavy now, just as Dexter's did, just as Dee Dee's did. Feel the blanket over you, soft and safe. Feel the pillow under your head, cradling you gently. Listen to your own breath, slow, steady, peaceful. The hum of the lab is still here, a soft song in the background watching over you. Every sound in the night is gentle. Every shadow is kind. And every dream that waits for you is filled with light, with wonder, with safety. Close your eyes, little one. Let go of the day. Drift where Dexter drifts, where Dee Dee drifts, into the land of dreams. The lab is watching. The stars are glowing. The world is quiet. Sleep now, dreamer. Sleep now, safe and sound. The night is deep and quiet. The lab is still, all the machines sleeping, all the wires silent. Dexter lies in bed, his blanket pulled up to his chin, his glasses resting on the table. The only sound is his slow, steady breathing. But then, a faint flicker, a shimmer of green. Dexter blinks awake, squinting at the wall of his room. There it is again, a glow, soft and strange, slipping through the crack beneath his door. It pulses like a heartbeat, slow and steady, bathing the room in a dreamy green haze. He sits up, rubbing his eyes. "What in the world?" he mutters softly, his voice heavy with sleep. Carefully, he slips his glasses on and tiptoes out of bed. His slippers whisper against the floor. The glow grows brighter as he nears the door, painting the hallway in eerie colors. Dexter opens the door a crack. The green light spills in like liquid, shimmering across the floor. It isn't scary, it's calm, curious, almost calling to him. He follows it, step by step, down the hall and into the lab. The machines sit quietly, but one corner pulses with the glow. A strange humming joins the light, soft and low, as though the invention itself is sighing in its sleep. Dexter adjusts his robe and walks closer. There, in the middle of the room, sits a machine he built days ago but never finished. Its screen glows bright green, even though it should be off. Wires twitch faintly, like the machine is dreaming. Dexter tilts his head, whispering, "Impossible. I unplugged you." The glow pulses brighter, spilling across the walls. The hum grows warmer, wrapping around him like a lullaby. From From behind, a soft voice whispers, "Dexter." He spins around. Dee Dee stands in the doorway, rubbing her eyes, her pink pajamas glowing green in the light. "What are you doing up?" she mumbles sleepily. Dexter puts a finger to his lips. "Shh. It's the machine. Look." Dee Dee pads closer, her slippers shuffling. She stares at the glowing invention. "Ooh, spooky. It looks like a giant nightlight." Dexter frowns. "It is not a nightlight, it is..." He pauses, watching the green light swirl and flicker, almost as if alive. It is something more. The glow pulses again, filling the lab with a gentle wave of light. And then, slowly, the machine whispers. Not with a voice, but with letters appearing across its screen. "Hello." Dexter's mouth falls open. Dee Dee giggles softly, clapping her hands. "It talks." Dexter leans forward, eyes wide. "But how?" "I did not program you to speak." The screen flickers again. "Help me." The green light brightens, filling the lab with a dreamy shimmer. Dexter swallows hard, his mind racing. A mystery. A puzzle. Something hiding inside his invention that even he does not understand. Dee Dee tilts her head. "Dexter, maybe it's lonely." Dexter shakes his head, though a shiver runs through him. "No. Machines do not get lonely. Machines follow rules. Machines obey commands. This is something else." The lab hums softly, almost as if listening. The glow dims, then brightens again, steady and slow, like the machine is breathing. Dexter pushes up his glasses, whispering, "Then we must solve this. We must discover the truth of the creepy green glow." The adventure begins. The lab is quiet, but not silent. The hum of the glowing machine fills the air like the soft buzz of fireflies at night. The green shimmer reflects on the walls, spilling over the metal floor, glowing across Dexter's glasses and Dee Dee's sleepy smile. The words stay on the screen, pulsing with the rhythm of the light. "Now help me." Dexter crosses his arms, frowning. Machines do not ask for help. They simply, work. Or they do not. But even as he says it, he feels something unusual. The glow is steady and not sharp or dangerous. It is almost pleading, patient, like a voice calling out softly in the night. Dee Dee tilts her head, her hair glowing green. Maybe it's stuck in a bad dream. Dexter turns to her sharply. "Nonsense. Machines do not dream." The glow pulses again. A new word flickers onto the screen. "Yes." Dexter's eyes widen. His voice drops to a whisper. "Impossible." The machine hums louder for a moment, then the screen fills with symbols. Not letters this time, but swirls of numbers, lines, dots, like fragments of a puzzle. They drift slowly across the screen, then fade, then return again. The glow ripples like water in a pond. Dexter pulls a notebook from his robe pocket and scribbles furiously. Data fragments, repeating code, unstructured, yet somehow rhythmic. Dee Dee simply leans closer to the glow. She stretches out her hand, curious, childlike, and brushes her fingers against the soft green shimmer. Dexter gasps. "Dee Dee, do not touch." But the glow doesn't hurt her. Instead, it flows gently around her hand, curling like smoke, wrapping her fingers in light. The machine hums lower, slower, as though it is calmer now. On the screen, words appear again. "Safe." Dee Dee giggles. "See, Dexter? It likes me." Dexter adjusts his glasses, muttering, "Machines do not like. Machines do not..." But he cannot deny what he sees. The light is softer around Dee Dee, less harsh, almost affectionate. The glow brightens, and suddenly shapes appear within it, like pictures painted in the air. Dexter squints, trying to see. They flicker and shift, green outlines forming and dissolving. At first, he sees circuits, wires, and switches, familiar things. But then, stranger shapes emerge, a key, a spiral, a door. The images linger, then fade into mist. Dexter's heart beats faster. It's showing us something. Dee Dee sways happily in the glow, her eyes half closed. It's like a bedtime story picture book. The screen flickers again. Look. Dexter turns sharply. Look at what? The green glow shifts, sliding across the lab walls, crawling toward the far corner. It gathers at the floor, spilling into the cracks between tiles. Slowly, carefully, the light forms the shape of a door, one Dexter never built. A door that wasn't there before. Dexter's voice trembles with wonder. It is revealing something hidden, something even I did not know was here. Dee Dee claps her hands softly. Oh, a secret. The glow pulses brighter. The screen flickers with one last word before going dark. Enter. Dexter's throat feels dry. His invention, his machine, something he built but never finished, has opened a passageway to somewhere. Somewhere within his own laboratory. Somewhere he never planned. Dee Dee skips toward the glowing door, humming to herself. Let's go inside, Dexter. Dexter hesitates, clutching his notebook tightly. The hum grows warmer, wrapping him like a blanket. And deep inside, though he doesn't want to admit it, the glow does not feel threatening. It feels like it wants to be understood. He sighs, adjusting his glasses, and whispers, Very well. We will follow the glow, but we must be careful. Very, very careful. The door shimmers softly, waiting. The glow pulses, inviting. And the mystery deepens. The green glow waits, gentle and steady as though breathing. Dee Dee stands close to it, her pajama sleeves brushed with shimmering light. She tilts her head, curious and unafraid, while Dexter lingers behind, notebook clutched tightly, heart racing with questions. The glowing doorway pulses once, twice, then grows dimmer, as though uncertain. Dee Dee giggles softly and whispers, Don't be shy. She steps forward, placing both hands against the shimmer. Instead of resistance, the light swirls and bends around her, curling like soft ribbons of mist. For a moment, it looks as though she is standing in the middle of a glowing pond, ripples spreading from her touch. The hum grows deeper, warmer, and then the glow changes. It brightens suddenly, stretching up the walls and across the ceiling, painting the entire lab in shades of soft green. The air feels heavy, dreamy, like the pause before sleep. Dexter adjusts his glasses nervously. What is it doing? On the glowing door, pictures begin to form. Not sharp drawings, but dreamlike images rippling and shifting, like clouds drifting in a night sky. Dee Dee gasps in wonder. It's showing me a story. Dexter squints at the images. A spiral appears first, curling inward endlessly. Then a key floats above it, followed by a pair of hands, small, childlike hands, reaching out. The spiral spins slowly, hypnotically, and the glow deepens until the lab feels like it is underwater. Dexter scribbles notes quickly. Symbols, patterns, perhaps instructions, or a code. But even as he writes, his eyes keep drifting back to the spiraling glow, and he feels his head grow heavy, his body slower, as though the machine is lulling him to sleep. Dee Dee sways gently, humming along with the hum of the glow. It feels like a dream, Dexter, like the green light is alive, and it wants us to listen. The machine pulses brighter in agreement. Across the glowing wall, new words appear, faint like whispers. Only she can see. Dexter stiffens. Only she? But why Dee Dee? The glow swirls gently around Dee Dee's hands like vines wrapping around a flower. Images continue to flicker, sharper now. A green hallway, a door with many locks, a small star floating in the dark. Dee Dee's eyes grow wide, reflecting the glow. "It's beautiful," she breathes. Dexter steps forward urgently. "Tell me what you see. Describe it exactly." But Dee Dee only smiles dreamily. "It's not just pictures, Dexter. It feels like it's singing to me, not with words, just feelings. Happy ones, sad ones, lonely ones. Like it's been waiting for someone to hear its song." Dexter's mind races. A machine singing? Communicating with emotions? That is not possible. Yet even as he says it, he feels it too. The hum vibrating through his chest. Not cold or mechanical, but warm, gentle, almost like a heartbeat beside his own. The glowing screen flickers again. New words ripple across it slowly. "She is the key." Dexter's face pales. He stares at Dee Dee, then back at the glow. The key? To what? The answer comes not in words, but in light. The glow surges suddenly, the shimmering door in the corner widening, stretching taller than Dexter himself. The lab floor trembles softly, like the ground shifting beneath them. Dee Dee claps her hands, eyes sparkling. "It opened more. It wants us to go inside." Dexter's hands tighten on his notebook. "No, we cannot just stroll into an unknown glowing portal. We must prepare. We must analyze. We must..." The glow pulses once firmly. The lab falls quiet except for the hum. The screen flickers one last time before going dark. Enter. Dee Dee takes a step forward, her hair shining in the green light. She looks back at Dexter, smiling. "Coming, Dexter?" Dexter hesitates, his heart pounds. The glow surrounds them like a blanket, gentle, insistent, curious. Somewhere beyond the glowing door, something waits. Something only Dee Dee seems to understand. But something Dexter must discover. The mystery deepens, pulling them both toward the door. The door of light shimmers softly in the corner of the lab. The glow spills across the floor, green waves rippling like water on a midnight pond. Dee Dee stands before it, her hands stretched out, her eyes glowing with wonder. Dexter lingers behind, clutching his notebook, caught between caution and curiosity. The hum deepens, steady and patient. The glow breathes. The screen on the machine flickers faintly like a heartbeat waiting to be read. Dexter squints through his glasses. Symbols appear again, spirals, dots, broken lines, scattered numbers drifting like fireflies. He leans forward, muttering under his breath. This is no random flicker. It is a code, an encryption, a sequence repeating in cycles. He scribbles quickly, filling page after page. Numbers, swirls, arrows. Each time the glow pulses, the code shifts, but always returns to the same starting point. Dexter gasps softly, a pattern hidden beneath the shimmer. Dee Dee skips in a circle beside the glowing door. It's not just numbers, Dexter. It's like music. Can't you hear it? It goes dum, dum, hum, hum, dum, dum. She sways with the rhythm, her slippers brushing softly against the metal floor. Dexter pauses. He listens, truly listens. And there it is, the hum beneath the numbers. A rhythm, steady and slow, almost like a song. He scribbles again, his hand trembling. Not code. Not exactly. It is instructions. A map written in both sound and symbol. The glow flares brighter as if pleased. The walls of the lab ripple with green shimmer. On the glowing door, new images form. Layers upon layers, like blueprints unfolding. The outlines of the laboratory appear, Dexter's machines, his walls, the very floor they stand on. But then, another layer. A shadow beneath the lab. A hidden floor spiraling downward, glowing faintly in green. Dexter's breath catches. Impossible. I built every inch of this lab myself. There is no lower chamber. The glow pulses. The humming deepens, resonating through the walls and floor. Words ripple across the screen once more. Look deeper. Dee Dee kneels beside the shimmer, her fingers tracing the outlines of the hidden floor. It's showing us a secret, Dexter. Maybe it's always been here, waiting for you. Dexter shakes his head firmly. No, I would have known. I would have seen it. But doubt creeps into his voice. The glow is insistent, and the images are precise. The machine is revealing something beneath what he built, something that was never part of his design. He clutches his notebook tightly. If there is a hidden layer, then perhaps this machine has awakened it. Perhaps the invention was not incomplete, but unfinished for a reason. The hum softens, like a lullaby agreeing with him. Dee Dee lies down on the floor, resting her cheek against the shimmering tiles. She whispers almost sleepily. I can hear it under us, like a heartbeat in the ground. Thump, thump. Dexter kneels beside her, pressing his ear against the cold floor. At first, silence. Then, faintly, ever so faintly, he hears it too. A pulse, a rhythm, something alive hidden below. He pulls back, eyes wide. It's true. The glow flares. The door of light in the corner stretches taller, swirling with energy. The machine hums steadily, patient and urging. New words appear on the screen. Enter the chamber. Dexter's hands shake slightly. A chamber beneath his own lab, one he never built. A secret hidden, waiting. The glow had found it, awakened it, and now it wanted him to see. Dee Dee smiles dreamily, already stepping closer to the door. Come on, Dexter. Don't you want to know what's down there? Dexter swallows hard, his mind racing. The scientist in him burns with curiosity, but the boy in him feels the unease of stepping into the unknown. Yet the glow is gentle, soft, protective. And deep down he knows this is not danger. This is discovery. He straightens, adjusts his glasses, and whispers, Yes, we will enter. We will uncover the secrets hidden beneath my lab. The glow shimmers brighter, the humming swelling like the breath before a song begins. The door waits, patient and glowing. And step by step, they prepare to cross into the hidden chamber. The green doorway hums softly, waiting. Its glow stretches across the lab like moonlight spilled over silver floors. Dee Dee takes the first step, her slippers brushing against the shimmering surface. Instead of resistance, the glow bends and ripples, welcoming her through like water parting around a hand. Dexter hesitates at the threshold, notebook pressed against his chest. He looks back once at his familiar machines, silent and still in the green wash of light. Then he exhales slowly, adjusts his glasses, and steps through. The moment he crosses, everything shifts. The air grows cooler, thicker, as though they are descending without moving. The hum deepens into a slow rhythm, steady and low. The light around them bends into spirals, guiding their steps downward into what feels like a tunnel of liquid glow. Dee Dee laughs softly, spinning in place. It's like we're walking through a dream, Dexter. Dexter clutches his notebook tighter. Dreams are illogical. This is an anomaly that must be understood. The spiraling tunnel widens, and suddenly they step out into a vast chamber. The walls glisten with faint green veins of light, stretching upward into darkness. The floor is smooth stone, unlike the metal of Dexter's lab above, The air hums, vibrating gently in their chests, and in the very center of the chamber, resting on a platform of glowing tiles, lies the source. A great machine, ancient yet alive. Its surface is covered in faint patterns, not wires, but flowing lines that pulse like veins. At its core, a sphere glows with soft, steady green light, breathing in and out. Dexter's mouth falls open. This is not mine. Dee Dee tilts her head, her eyes wide with wonder. Then whose is it? The glow ripples, answering without words. The chamber fills with whispers, not sharp, but soft, like the rustle of leaves in wind. The patterns on the great machine shift and move, forming brief images, spirals, doors, stars. Then a single word appears across the glowing sphere. Welcome. Dee Dee claps her hands in delight. It's nice. Dexter stumbles forward, awe in his voice. An intelligence beneath my lab, older than anything I constructed. Waiting. He stops, swallowing hard. This machine, it has been here all along. The hum swells, resonating in his bones. The walls shimmer faintly, and the floor beneath them glows brighter. Dee Dee kneels and presses her hand to the glowing tiles. It feels warm, like it's alive. Dexter kneels too, his scientific mind colliding with a feeling he rarely admits. Wonder. A living machine. He whispers the words slowly, reverently. It dreams. It remembers. The sphere brightens. On its surface, more words appear, one at a time, glowing like stars in the dark chamber. I sleep. I dream. He found me. Dee Dee smiles softly. It was lonely. Dexter's eyes narrow, his voice trembling. If it dreams, then what does it dream of? The chamber responds. Images ripple across the sphere. Clouds drifting across the sky, stars swirling in endless spirals, doorways opening one after another into infinity, and at the center of every image, always the same faint green glow pulsing steadily like a heart. Dee Dee leans against Dexter's shoulder, her voice hushed. It dreams of forever. Dexter cannot look away. His entire life, his laboratory, every machine he built. Yet here, beneath it all, is something deeper. Something he did not create. Something older, patient, and full of mysteries yet unsolved. The machine pulses brighter, and once more words appear. Help me rest. The humming slows, growing softer, almost drowsy. The chamber feels heavy with sleep, pulling them closer to its rhythm. Dee Dee yawns and curls up on the glowing floor as if it were the coziest blanket. It just wants a bedtime story, Dexter. Dexter stares at the words, torn between science and something gentler. He whispers, It wants us, to guide it back to sleep. The glow wraps around them like a blanket, soft and soothing. The chamber hums with steady breaths. The great machine dreams, waiting for their answer. And in that moment, Dexter realizes this is not a puzzle to solve, not a danger to conquer. This is a story he has stepped into, a story of a dreaming machine beneath his lab, longing for rest. The glow flickers one last time. Stay with me. Dexter adjusts his glasses, his voice quiet and certain. Yes, we will help you sleep. The chamber hums once more, deeper, slower. The light softens to a lullaby glow. And in the center of it all, the great machine waits, cradled in its own dreaming hum. The great chamber breathes with slow, gentle light. The glow ripples across the walls like the quiet tide of an ocean at night. Dee Dee lies curled on the warm floor, her hair fanned around her like a golden cloud, eyes half closed in the shimmer. Dexter sits beside her, notebook forgotten at his side, glasses slipping low on his nose. The sphere at the heart of the machine glows steadily. Each pulse is slower now, softer, like a lullaby heartbeat. Words ripple faintly across its surface. Help me dream. Dexter swallows, his usual sharpness melting into quiet thought. A machine, asking for dreams, not equations, not answers, but comfort. He looks down at his sister, who is humming softly, swaying in her half-sleep. Dee Dee, what does one say to a dreaming machine? Dee Dee opens one eye lazily, her voice a whisper. You tell it a story, Dexter. Everyone sleeps better with a story. The chamber hums gently as though agreeing. The walls shimmer faint stars glowing faintly against the green. Dexter hesitates. He has never told a bedtime story before, but he clears his throat and begins, his voice quiet and steady. In a laboratory, far, far above this chamber, lived a boy scientist and his very curious sister. Every night they worked and tinkered and wondered. But one night, when the world was still and quiet, they discovered a glow beneath their feet. The sphere pulses brighter, listening. They followed the glow into the dark and found not just wires, not just machines, but a heart that had been waiting, dreaming all alone. And the glow said, "Do not fear me. I only wish to rest." Dee Dee smiles sleepily, whispering, "Good story, Dexter." Dexter continues, his voice softer now, the chamber echoing his words like music. So the children promised to stay, to tell the glow a story every night, so it would never feel lonely again. And in return, the glow would keep watch, lighting their dreams with a gentle green star. The humming slows further. The glow from the sphere dims, settling into the soft, steady light of a lantern in the dark. On its surface, one final word appears, faint as a whisper. Thank you. The chamber breathes out as though sighing in relief. The walls dim to a faint shimmer, the heartbeat fading into silence. The great machine has drifted back into sleep, its dreams soothed by the story. Dee Dee curls closer against the glowing floor, her voice fading into drowsy laughter. See, Dexter? Machines like bedtime, too. Dexter adjusts his glasses, though his eyes are heavy, softer than they've ever been. Perhaps not everything needs to be solved. Perhaps some things are meant to be dreamed. The green glow fades into a gentle nightlight, a soft halo that follows them as they rise. The doorway appears once more, shimmering faintly, guiding them upward. Together, step by step, they return to the lab above. The familiar machines wait in silence, now bathed in a warm, sleepy glow. The mysterious hum is gone, replaced only by stillness. Dee Dee yawn, stretching. Good night, Dexter. Dexter nods, closing his notebook with a gentle snap. Good night, Dee Dee. Good night, machine. The glow in the corner flickers once, like a star blinking farewell, then settles into silence. And the laboratory sleeps. The night is quiet in Dexter's house. The clock ticks gently into the hallway, each second stretching into the stillness. Outside, the moon is silver and heavy, clouds drifting lazily across its face. In the dark of his room, Dexter stirs beneath his blanket. His glasses rest neatly on the nightstand, his notebook tucked close by. Dee Dee snores softly in her own room, her toys scattered like little guardians around her bed. All is still, but beneath them, in the hidden laboratory, something stirs. The machines hum faintly in their slumber. Screens glow softly, casting pale shadows across the cold floor. The green nightlight glow left by the dreaming machine still lingers in the corner, a faint heartbeat in the dark. Then tap. A sound echoes in the lab, light, soft. A footstep. Tap, tap, tap. sound drifts across the metal floor, slow and steady like someone walking in circles. Dexter frowns in his half-sleep, ears twitching. His mind whispers, "Footsteps. In my lab." He sits up quickly, grabbing his glasses. The sound is faint but real, carrying up through the vents into his room. He whispers to himself, "No one in is my laboratory. No one." Quietly, he slides out of bed, feet touching the cool floor. He tiptoes past his sleeping family, down the stairs to the hidden entrance. The faint sound continues. Tap, tap, tap. Always steady, always wandering. He presses his hand against the panel, and the secret door slides open with its quiet hiss. The lab lies before him, bathed in the glow of sleeping machines, empty, silent. But the footsteps still echo. Dexter steps forward slowly, notebook clutched against his chest like a shield. "Who dares intrude?" he mutters, his voice trembling between anger and unease. The echoes shift. The footsteps are not random. They're slow, deliberate, moving away from him as he walks, as though guiding him deeper into the lab. Tap, tap, tap. Dexter narrows his eyes, adjusting his glasses. "You cannot trick me. I will uncover you." The glow of the green nightlight flares faintly, as though aware of his search. Its soft pulse makes the shadows dance across the walls. And for a moment, just a moment, Dexter sees it. A shadow. Long, thin, slipping past one of his machines. He gasps, heart racing. Impossible. He follows quickly, his footsteps echoing against the floor. But when he rounds the corner, nothing. Only his machine, silent and humming in their sleep. And then tap. Behind him this time. He spins. Nothing. The lab is still. The glow is soft. But the footsteps remain, circling, patient, waiting. Dexter whispers to himself, breath quickening. This is no intruder. This is something else. Something already inside. The hum of the machines rises faintly, as though they too are listening. Tap, 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 us. The footsteps echo once more. And the night deepens around the laboratory. The lab is wide and still, yet the footsteps never stop. Tap, 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 they drift like echoes in a dream, always just far enough away, never rushing, never loud, gentle, steady, almost like a heartbeat hidden in the walls. Dexter steadies his breath, standing at the center of his machines. His eyes dart left and right, his hands clenched tightly around his notebook. He whispers into the quiet, "Show yourself." But only the sound answers. Tap, 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 circling, circling. He steps carefully, each movement slow as if not to disturb the rhythm. His slippers brush against the smooth floor. He notices something. The sound is not random. Each tap lands with the same distance, the same pause, like a pattern being drawn across the room. He stops walking. The footsteps stop too. Dexter's eyes widen. It listens to me. He takes a single step forward. Immediately, tap, tap. 2 steps echo in reply. He freezes, his breath caught in his chest. The lab feels taller around him now, the shadows stretching, bending, as though leaning in to hear. The green glow in the corner flickers faintly, its soft pulse guiding his eyes toward the far hallway. That hallway, the one he rarely uses. The storage bay, filled with the oldest parts of his experiments. Dexter swallows. "So, that is where you wish me to go." He takes a step. Tap. Another. Tap. Each time the echo follows, steady and calm, not chasing, not fleeing, but always guiding him deeper. The hallway narrows, lined with shelves, stacked high with silent tools, dusty inventions, and forgotten plans. The air grows cooler, tinged with the faint smell of metal and time. Shadows spill across the floor like spilled ink. Tap, tap, tap. The sound grows clearer now, no longer drifting. It comes from ahead, at the very end of the hallway where a door waits. A door Dexter has not opened in months. He pauses, heart beating faster than he would like. His voice is low, careful. "What are you?" The glow at his back dims, as though the dreaming machine behind him is holding its breath. Dexter reaches the door. The footsteps stop. He places his hand against the cool metal surface. The silence is heavy, pressing against his ears, almost louder than the footsteps themselves. Slowly the door slides open with a hiss. Inside, the storage room is dark. Rows of covered shapes loom in the shadows. Half-built inventions, long-forgotten robots, spare parts draped in dust. The air is still thick, untouched. Dexter steps inside, notebook pressed tight to his chest. The door closes softly behind him. For a moment, all is silent. Then tap. But this time it is close. Too close. Dexter spins, eyes scanning the dark. "I know you are here." His whisper trembles more than he wants it to. The shelves creak faintly. Shadows shift. A thin draft of cold air brushes past his neck. And then, from somewhere between the rows, a softer sound joins the footsteps. Not loud, not sharp. A whisper. Barely there. Faint as wind. "Dexter." He freezes, the name sinking into him like ice. The footsteps begin again, slow and patient, weaving between the shelves. Tap, tap. Circling closer, closer. Dexter clutches his notebook, whispering to himself, "Why, it knows my name." The green glow at the far end of the hallway flickers once, like a lantern trying to reach him through the dark. But inside the storage room, the footsteps remain steady and endless. Tap, 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 and in the heavy silence between each step, that whisper curls through the air again. The machines in the main lab hum faintly, restless. The air thickens, and Dexter realizes he is not alone. Not in the lab, not in the storage room, not even in his own footsteps. Something walks with him now. The storage room is wide, but the shadows make it feel endless. Dust hangs in the air like tiny stars, caught in the faintest glow from the hallway. The footsteps echo steadily, weaving through the shelves. Tap, tap, steady, patient, never rushing. Dexter's glasses gleam faintly as he peers between the rows. His voice is barely a whisper. "Show yourself. I am not afraid." But the truth slips inside his chest. He is afraid, not of Dee Dee, not of Mom, not of Dad, but of something he cannot name. He steps carefully, slippers brushing the floor, the air cool and heavy around him. Every row of shelves seems taller than the last, filled with silent, sleeping inventions. Dusty robots, old circuit boards, broken lenses, and forgotten gadgets, stacked in silence. And through it all, tap, tap. The sound drifts, closer, then farther, as though playing with him, as though it knows he is following. Dexter narrows his eyes, whispering to himself, "It is leading me, not chasing me." But where? He walks deeper, notebook pressed tight in his arms. He follows the rhythm of the footsteps, one row, another, then another. Each time the sound just ahead, never seen, never caught. At last, he stops. Ahead of him is a large shape beneath a sheet, a forgotten invention, hidden long ago. The footsteps stop here, circling slowly around it. Tap, tap, tap. Dexter's breath quickens. He steps closer, his hand trembling as he reaches for the sheet. His voice shakes. "If you are within, reveal yourself." He pulls the sheet away. Beneath stands an old, tall machine, towering, silent, its wires coiled like veins, its screens cracked, but faintly glowing. Its surface hums with a low vibration, as though it has not been truly asleep. Dexter gasps. I remember you. It was one of his earliest experiments, an unfinished robot built to walk silently across the lab floor, scanning for danger. But it had failed. It wandered endlessly, never stopping, its steps echoing forever until Dexter shut it down. He had abandoned it here, deep in storage, never repaired, never finished. And yet, tap. The machine shifts. A faint glow lights behind its cracked visor. It takes one step. Tap. Then another. Tap. Dexter steps back, his heart pounding. Impossible. I removed your power core. You should not live. The machine does not answer. It simply walks, slow, steady, each step measured. Around and around the storage room, weaving between the shelves, circling him. Tap, tap, tap. Dexter watches, frozen. Then faintly, from within the hum of its body, a voice emerges. Soft, distorted, almost like an echo of his own. Dexter. His knees weaken. He grips the notebook tight. It knows my name. Why does it know my name? The machine stops. Slowly its cracked visor tilts toward him. The glow inside pulses once, twice. Then faintly, words flicker across its broken screen. I remember. Dexter's breath catches. Remember what? The machine steps forward, its shadow stretching across him. The glow of the green nightlight from the lab beyond flickers faintly, as though reaching into the room to protect him. But inside this chamber, only the machine moves, its heavy footsteps steady, soft, endless. Tap-a-tap-tap-a-tap. The sound fills the storage bay, steady as a heartbeat, a rhythm that had never truly stopped. And Dexter realizes with a chill that the footsteps he heard every night in his dreams may not have been dreams at all. The machine stands tall, its shadow stretching across the dusty floor, the cracked glow of its visor blinking faintly like a tired eye. The words, I remember, fade slowly from its broken screen, leaving only a dim pulse of green light within. Dexter swallows hard. His small hand trembles as it clutches the notebook, the pencil pressed so tightly between his fingers it nearly snaps. His voice is soft, cautious, but curious too. What is it that you remember? The robot does not answer right away. Instead it begins to move, a step forward, tap. Then another tap. The sound vibrates through the room, slow and heavy, steady as a clock marking time. Around Dexter, it moves, tracing a circle, each step carving an invisible pattern to the dust. Dexter turns with it, trying not to let it out of his sight. You were made to patrol, to guard, to watch, but you are incomplete. You should not walk now. The glow in its visor pulses. A faint voice hums from deep within its chest. Static-filled, broken, but clear enough to send shivers down Dexter's spine. I watched. Dexter blinks. His eyes widen. Watched. What did you watch? The robot halts, one arm twitching faintly, wires sparking in the shadows. Its screen flickers again, slow and uneven, like words forcing themselves into existence. I watched. I remember. Dexter steps closer now, his fear mixing with fascination. His scientific mind fights the chill creeping up his neck. You remember? But you were never finished. You could not record memories without the final circuits. You should not. The glow brightens suddenly, and the room fills with the faint hum of electricity. Dexter feels it in his fingertips, in the floor beneath his feet. The robot's head tilts downward, visor angled straight at him. The whisper comes again, distorted but certain. Dexter, I remember you. The words sink into him like ice. His breath hitches. Me? The footsteps resume. Tap, tap. The robot paces slowly around him again, steady, patient, circling. With every step, its hum deepens, like a lullaby with no beginning and no end. Dexter whispers again, almost to himself. What do you remember of me? The screen flickers. Words appear slowly, uneven, jagged. You left me. The room chills. Dexter feels his small shoulders tighten, guilt pressing into him. He recalls the day, years ago, when he was younger, smaller, rushing through experiments without care. The robot had failed, endlessly walking, tapping the floor, never stopping. He had grown annoyed, frustrated. He had stripped its core, sealed it away, and forgotten. And yet, here it is. Alive. Awake. Walking. Remembering. Dexter stammers softly, his voice trembling. I abandoned you. But you should not live now. Who gave you power? Who woke you? The robot stops suddenly, its tall frame looming above him. Silence fills the room, thick and heavy. Then a single line crawls across its screen, one word at a time. I never slept. Dexter's eyes widen. His small hand clutches his notebook to his chest, heart racing faster now. Never slept. That meant all this time it had been awake, waiting, watching. Tap, tap. The footsteps resume, slow, calm, almost endless. The robot's whisper curls through the air again, softer now, but clearer than before. Every night, footsteps in the lab, I walked, and I remembered, waiting for you. Gee, Dexter shivers. The sound of the taps fill his ears, blending with his heartbeat, until it is hard to tell where one ends and the other begins. He realizes something chilling. The footsteps were never meant to scare him. They were meant to call him, to lead him here. The robot tilts its head, visor glowing steadily now. Its voice echoes, steady as it steps. Dexter, why did you leave me? Dexter cannot answer. His voice catches in his throat. His lab feels suddenly smaller, darker, heavier. And the footsteps continue. Tap, tap, tap. Filling the room, filling his mind. Endless. Patient. Remembering. The footsteps echo, steady as a drumbeat. Tap, tap, tap. The robot waits, towering and still, its glowing visor casting faint green light across the shelves. Its words linger in the air, heavy and sharp. Dexter, why did you leave me? Dexter's small chest rises and falls quickly. He hugs his notebook close, as if its pages could protect him. His voice comes out in a whisper, soft and unsteady. I did not mean to abandon you. I was younger then, careless. I built you with hope, but when you failed, I put you away. The glow in the visor flickers. The robot tilts its head. Another line appears across its broken screen, each word stretching out like a pulse. I walked. I waited. I remembered. The air grows heavier, colder. Dexter shuffles closer, squinting through the dim. You waited? All this time? But for what? For me? The hum within the robot deepens like a low lullaby, vibrating in the bones of the lab. The footsteps resume, circling him slowly, steady as always. Tap, tap, tap. Its whisper fills the air again. For you. To finish me. Dexter freezes. His lips part, but no words come. Finish it? Complete the design he had once abandoned? His scientific curiosity burns bright beneath his fear, tugging at him, urging him closer. He steadies himself. His voice, though quiet, is firmer now. If I finish you, will the footsteps stop? The glow pauses, flickers, then steadies again. A single word crawls across the screen. Yes. Dexter breathes deeply, glasses glinting faintly in the dim. Then show me. Show me what you need. The robot halts, standing still as stone. Then slowly, one large arm lifts, pointing toward the far shelf of the storage bay. Dust swirls faintly as its finger hovers over a covered crate. Dexter follows the gesture, cautious. He sets down his notebook, kneels, and brushes the dust away from the crate. The lid is heavy, stiff, but with effort, it creaks open. Inside, small, glowing shards, pale as moonlight. Old power cells, half charged, still humming faintly after all this time. Dexter's breath catches. Of course. Your heart was never complete. You needed these. The robot steps closer. Tap, tap. Its shadow covers Dexter, though the glow in its visor softens slightly, like a candle dimming to calm the room. Dexter carefully lifts one of the cells, cradling it in his hands. The glow warms his fingers. His voice is almost a whisper to himself. So this is what you were calling for. Not anger, not revenge, but completion. He glances up at the robot, his voice quieter still. And all this time, the footsteps were a reminder. The machine hums low and steady. Its broken voice seeps into the room. A reminder. And a call. Dexter's eyes soften. The fear inside him thins, replaced with a strange tenderness. He places the power cell against the robot's chest panel. The old circuits flicker faintly, eager, hungry, waiting for connection. His hands tremble. Should he? Should he truly finish what he once abandoned? He whispers, barely audible. If I give you this, what will you become? The screen flickers. A final message scrolls, glowing softly through the cracked glass. What you made me to be. Nothing more. Nothing less. Dexter exhales, the weight of the choice pressing against his small shoulders. His heart beats in rhythm with the steady footsteps. Tap, tap, to tap. Each one slower now, patient, waiting for his decision. He holds the cell tighter, staring into the machine's glow. The footsteps quiet, pausing, as though the whole lab holds its breath, waiting for the moment when boy and machine will decide their fate together. And then, Dexter lifts the glowing shard higher, pressing it firmly into place. The hum rises. The glow brightens. The footsteps echo once more. Tap, tap, tap. But this time, they feel different. Not lonely, not endless, but steady, whole. The robot whispers again, softer than ever, a final word curling into the air like a lullaby. Thank you. The glowing shard slides into place, a click, a hum, and then silence. Dexter steps back, his breath shallow, eyes locked on the towering machine. The green glow in its visor flares brighter, then steadies into a calm, gentle light. The hum grows deeper, richer like the soft purring of an engine, finally waking after endless sleep. The robot does not move at first. It simply is, still tall, humming like a lullaby through the walls of the lab. Then slowly it takes a step. Tap. Another step. Tap. The sound is the same as before, yet different now, no longer hollow, no longer lonely. The footsteps carry weight, but they also carry purpose. Dexter whispers almost to himself. So, you are whole now. The robot lowers its head, visor glowing gently over him. Words ripple across its cracked screen, each one appearing slowly, steadily. I am complete. Dexter's lips part. He adjusts his glasses nervously, though there's no real fear left in his chest now. Instead, there's wonder. And what will you do now that you are whole? The robot's glow pulses. The hum deepens, rolling through the floor like a heartbeat. Then softly, the broken voice rises again, clearer than before. I will walk with reason. No more endless circles, no more waiting, only watching as I was made to do. Dexter tilts his head, scribbling quickly in his notebook, his hands shaky but eager. So the footsteps will remain, but different. Not a haunting, but a presence. The robot nods, a slow mechanical bow of its head. Tap, tap. Its feet shift once more, but this time the pattern changes. Not circling, not wandering. The steps spread outward, steady and balanced, like a guard taking its place at the edges of the room. Dexter watches, his small face calm now, eyes heavy with thought. All this time, I thought you were chasing me, but you were only, waiting. The visor glows softer. The hum quiets to a low, soothing drone. The robot stops near the door, standing tall, watching over the lab like a sentinel. For the first time in many nights, the footsteps fade into comfort instead of fear. Their rhythm is no longer endless and hollow, but purposeful, protective, patient. Dexter closes his notebook, holding it to his chest. His voice is little more than a sleepy murmur. Perhaps it is not so bad to be watched, after all. His eyelids grow heavy. The glow from the visor casts a calm green light over the room, soft and steady. The hum settles into a lull, like a song meant only for him. The footsteps no longer echo endlessly. They slow, quiet, fade into the background like the ticking of a clock that lulls a child to sleep. Dexter curls into a chair, notebook tucked close, glasses slipping slightly down his nose. The lab, for once, feels safe. Not empty, not haunted, but alive with a steady, gentle guardian. The last sound he hears before sleep takes him is soft. Tap, tap. The footsteps of a watchful friend, not a forgotten ghost. The glow from the visor blurs as his eyes close. The lab drifts into silence. And Dexter dreams, not of being chased, but of walking side by side, never alone again. The lab is quiet. The footsteps from nights before are gone now, replaced by a softer calm. Dexter sleeps at his desk, his notebook open, his glasses sliding down his nose. The hum of the completed robot lingers faintly in the distance, steady and low like a guardian's lullaby. But tonight, another sound stirs. A different sound. Not a step, not a hum, a whisper. It drifts from the far corner of the lab, faint as a breath. So soft it might be mistaken for the sigh of air through pipes, yet it curls into words. Dexter? Dexter stirs in his chair, eyelids heavy, unsure if he is dreaming. His head lifts slowly, and he blinks into the shadows. The robot is still glowing faintly, silent. The machines on the walls are powered down. Again the whisper. Closer this time. Dexter. He rubs his eyes, sits up straighter, listening. His heart beats softly but steadily. Who calls me? The whisper slides through the room like a thread of smoke. His ears prick, following it. Step by careful step, he moves toward the storage shelf lined with glass. Beakers, vials, tubes, rows and rows of silent instruments glint in the faint green light. But one of them hums. Dexter narrows his eyes. A test tube, long and slim, filled with a pale, swirling liquid. Its glass shivers faintly as though stirred by a breath no one can see. Dexter leans closer, adjusting his glasses. His voice is low, hushed, cautious. Was it you? The liquid stirs, forming ripples, then settles again. A moment of silence. And then clears a whisper in the dark. Yes. Dexter flinches, then steadies himself. His small fingers hover just above the tube, careful not to touch. You speak? The liquid swirls again, faint light glinting from its depths. The whisper rises, calm and steady. Yes, Dexter, I speak. I whisper. Dexter's mind races, his voice sharpens, though still quiet. But you are a test tube. Glass and chemical. You should not speak. The whisper comes again, curling around him like a secret. Yet I do, and I have something to tell you. Dexter swallows hard, his scientific curiosity battling the drowsy weight of night. What do you wish to tell me? The tube quivers softly in its stand, liquid glowing faintly from within. The whisper drifts into the air again, almost a song, almost a secret. A clue. A clue hidden in your lab. A secret you have missed. Dexter's heart quickens. His pencil trembles as he opens his notebook, already scribbling. A secret? In my lab? But I know every corner, every switch, every stone. The whisper pauses, then returns, softer still. Not every corner, not every shadow. Some things hide, waiting to be found. Dexter leans closer, his eyes wide, glasses reflecting the faint glow. Then tell me. Tell me where I must look. The test tube hums faintly, its liquid swirling faster now as though alive. The whisper curls one last time before fading into silence. Look beneath what you have built. The glow dims. The tube falls still. Silence returns. Dexter freezes, pencil pressed to the page. His whisper escapes in the quiet, filled with both fear and wonder. Beneath what I have built. He looks slowly around his lab. The walls, the tables, the machines, the shelves. Everything carefully made, carefully placed. Yet now every shadow feels heavier, every corner more mysterious. And the whisper lingers in his ears even after silence swallows the room. Dexter stands still in the green glow of his lab, notebook pressed tight against his chest. The words linger in his mind like a haunting lullaby. Look beneath what you have built. His eyes roam the room. The machines hum faintly. Wires twist along the ceiling, and shelves crowd the walls with years of experiments. Every object is familiar, every corner cataloged in his memory. And yet, the whisper insists there is more. He adjusts his glasses, frowning softly. Beneath what I have built. Dexter moves slowly, almost floating in the heavy silence. His steps echo faintly. Careful taps across the floor. He kneels by his old microscope table, lifting tools, peering underneath. Only dust, cables, and scraps of paper meet his eyes. He exhales softly, his voice little more than a mumble. No, not here. He drifts to the towering shelf of inventions, strange helmets, blinking consoles, half-finished devices. He crouches low, flashlight in hand, shining it into the dark space below. Only crates and boxes rest there, still and lifeless. But then, he hears it again. A whisper. Not loud, not clear, but enough. Not there. Deeper. Dexter straightens sharply, flashlight trembling in his hand. His voice cracks with surprise. You whisper again. But the test tube across the lab stands silent now, its liquid calm, its glow gone. Dexter breathes slowly, steadying himself. He scribbles a note in his book. The whisper lingers, not from the tube alone. His small hand brushes the floor as he crouches, smooth tiles cold beneath his fingertips. He raps his knuckles softly on the ground. The sound is steady, tap, tap, tap. He moves a step, tries again. Tap, tap. Thunk. Dexter freezes. That sound was different, hollow. His glasses glint as his eyes widen. He kneels low, presses his ear to the floor. There, beneath the hum of the machines, beneath the beat of his heart, he hears it. A faint echo, a hollow breath of space beneath the surface. Whisper or no whisper, his scientist's curiosity blooms. His voice is low but sharp. There is something under the lab. Dexter rushes to fetch a spanner, his small fingers clumsy with both nerves and excitement. He kneels with the strange tile prying at its edge. The floor resists, stiff and stubborn. But at last, crack. The tile shifts, lifting slightly from its place. A sigh of stale air escapes, cold against his face. Dexter shivers but leans closer, peering into the dark slit below. There, just beneath the surface, is wood. Old, creaking wood, hidden away beneath the polished tile. Dexter's breath fogs in the cold air as he whispers to himself. A hidden chamber? He lifts the tile fully, setting it aside. Beneath, a small hatch reveals itself, metal hinges rusted and worn. Its handle waits, silent and still. Dexter's fingers hover above it, trembling slightly. His mind races. What lies beneath? Another experiment, a forgotten room, something older than even my lab. And then, the whisper returns, clearer this time, curling up from the dark below as if the very air is speaking. Yes, you found it. Beneath what you have built lies the rest of the secret. Dexter inhales sharply, glasses slipping slightly down his nose. His whisper answers, unsteady but curious. Then, I must see. He grips the hatch handle, pulling slowly. The hinges groan, protesting after years of silence. The sound cuts through the lab like a lonely cry. The hatch opens. Cold, stale air rises, brushing his cheeks. A ladder descends into the shadows, vanishing into darkness. Dexter kneels at the edge, notebook clutched tightly. His heart beats loud in his ears, yet his scientist's resolve pushes him forward. He whispers softly, almost to himself. Step by step, the truth awaits below. The whisper sighs again, drifting upward. Yes, come down, come down. Dexter takes the first step, the ladder creaking beneath his weight. Then another and another. The hatch closes slowly above him, sealing the lab away until only darkness surrounds him. The only light is the faint glow of his flashlight, trembling in his hand. Shadows stretch long across the walls of the hidden shaft, twisting as though they too are alive. Step by step, Dexter descends into the unknown. And with each step, the whisper grows louder. The ladder groans with every step. Dexter's small shoes press down carefully, one rung at a time, as the shadows stretch deeper around him. His flashlight wavers in his hand, its beam cutting through the stale, heavy air. The whisper guides him still, soft and curling, always just ahead. Come closer, closer. Dexter swallows, whispering to himself for courage. A scientist does not fear. A scientist only seeks truth. At last, his feet touch the ground. His shoes land on dust, thick, undisturbed dust that swirls like smoke as he moves. He steadies himself, shining the beam around. The chamber stretches wide and low, carved from stone and lined with old beams of wood. Strange symbols are scratched faintly into the walls, swirls, spirals, crooked lines that seem almost alive in the trembling light. Dexter frowns, adjusting his glasses. I did not carve these, nor build this place. It is older, much older. The whisper drifts again, slow and steady. Beneath what you built lies what was always here. Dexter's mind races. He kneels, brushing dust from the ground, uncovering tiles, unlike those of his lab. These are rough, uneven, marked with faint grooves that curl into strange patterns. His pencil scratches quickly in his notebook as he copies the shapes. His voice is low, filled with wonder. An entire structure beneath my laboratory. Waiting all this time. But why? And who made it? He moves forward, flashlight trembling across the walls. The carvings stretch on, repeating patterns of circles and lines. In the center of the chamber sits a pedestal, half buried in dust. Upon it rests another test tube. Dexter freezes. His breath catches in his throat. The glass glimmers faintly, though no light touches it. Its liquid swirls slowly, glowing pale green like the first one above. His hand tightens on the notebook, heart thudding in his chest. Another? A twin? Or the source? The whisper coils around him, stronger now, layered and echoing from the walls. Yes, another. Waiting. Always waiting. Dexter approaches the pedestal. His flashlight beam flickers as if resisting the sight. He holds the light steady, leaning closer. The tube hums faintly, the sound vibrating through the air like a distant note of music. The whisper rises from it, clear and steady. You listen to the first. Now listen to me. I hold a second clue. Dexter's glasses glint as his eyes widen. He presses the pencil against his notebook. Another clue. Tell me. Tell me what I must know. The liquid swirls faster, glowing brighter. The whisper threads through the chamber, curling around his ears, his mind, his thoughts. Not all voices are friends. Not all whispers are kind. Choose carefully, for one voice leads to truth, the other to ruin. Dexter stiffens, writing furiously. His whisper answers back, sharp with tension. Two voices. One of truth, one of ruin. But how shall I know the difference? The whisper hums, faint and teasing. You will know when you stand before the final chamber. You will know when the silence breaks. Dexter shivers, his small fingers clinging to the notebook. The air grows colder, the chamber darker, though the glow of the tube never fades. He whispers softly, almost to himself. This is bigger than I imagine. My laboratory sits above secrets far older than my inventions. But I must learn. I must discover. The whisper fades, leaving silence heavy and thick. The tube still glows, but it no longer speaks. Dexter steps back slowly, flashlight sweeping the chamber once more. The strange symbols twist across the walls like frozen whispers. He feels them watching him, waiting for him to move, to choose, to act. He hugs his notebook close, eyes heavy with both fear and determination. I will solve this. Whatever lies beneath, I will uncover it. The silence deepens. The dust settles. The glow from the tube pulses softly, like a heartbeat in the dark. And Dexter stands small and steady, ready for the next clue, though his heart knows the whispers may not all be kind. The chamber breathes with silence. Dust drifts in the pale glow, curling around Dexter's shoes. His glasses catch the light of the second test tube, still humming faintly. It swirls steady as if watching him. But in his ears, the first whisper returns, soft, familiar, from far above in the lab. Dexter, trust me. Only me. Dexter stiffens, notebook trembling in his grip. His whisper escapes, shaky but sharp. You are the first voice, the one who spoke from the lab's test tube. Why do you return now? The reply drifts, patient, smooth. I warned you of secrets. I guided you here. You would not have found this place without me. I am the true voice. But before Dexter can write the words, another whisper curls from the glowing tube before him. Low, steady, rising from the pedestal. No, I am the one who waits. I am the voice of truth. The other seeks to lead you astray. Do not trust it. Dexter clutches his head, blinking hard behind his glasses. His voice cracks, filled with both curiosity and dread. Two voices. Each calls itself true. Each calls the other false. How can a scientist know? He steadies himself, kneeling slowly, scribbling notes into his book. He writes in small letters. Voice 1. Guides familiar. Voice 2. Warning, hidden below. He exhales slowly, glasses sliding low on his nose. A test. I must perform a test. Science reveals truth. Dexter removes a small sensor from his pocket. Its light blinking faintly. He holds it to the glowing tube, measuring vibrations, energy, waves. The needle trembles, then steadies, soft but constant. He writes quickly. Voice 2, stable, consistent. Then he turns upward, straining his ears. Voice 1, speak again. The whisper rises, echoing faint from above the hatch. Yes, Dexter, I am here. Always here. The sensor needle jolts wildly, fluctuating without pattern, as though the air itself is uncertain. Dexter frowns, recording in his notes. Voice 1, unstable, inconsistent. His whisper sharpens, filled with both fear and hope. So then, the second voice is more constant, more measured. That is the mark of truth. But the first voice rises again, sharper now, almost desperate. Do not trust it. It lies. I led you here. Without me, you would still be blind above. I am the reason you found the hatch. I am the guide, the light. Dexter hesitates, notebook pressed tight to his chest. His small voice cracks. It is true. Without voice 1, I never would have come below. Yet the measures show voice 2 is steady, calm, true. Which is the answer? The whispers overlap, echoing in his ears. Yes, Dexter, yes, trust me. No, Dexter, listen only to me. The air grows heavy, thicker than before. Dust swirls in restless spirals. The symbols on the wall seem to twist, their carved lines bending in his flashlight's beam. Dexter stumbles back a step, notebook clutched tight. His breath quickens. This is too much data, too much conflict. I must not decide in haste. He sinks to his knees, scribbling furiously. Two voices, one born above, one hidden below, one unstable, one measured. But each claims truth. Hypothesis. Only when silence breaks will the true voice reveal itself. He exhales slowly, eyelids heavy with both thought and weariness. His voice softens to a whisper. I will not choose tonight. The lab holds many secrets still. I must listen, observe, gather all. The whispers fade, one by one, retreating into silence. Only the faint hum of the glowing tube remains, steady as a heartbeat in the dark. Dexter tucks his notebook close, curls into himself at the chamber's edge, his glasses slipping slightly as his eyes grow heavy. The floor is cold, the air still, but the scientist within him whispers a vow before sleep drifts near. I will solve you. I will uncover the truth. I will know which whisper speaks light and which whispers ruin. The chamber falls silent again. The glow dims, the carvings rest, and the boy scientist sleeps beneath his laboratory, surrounded by secrets, waiting for the next clue. Dexter stirs in the cold chamber. The stone floor presses against his cheek, and the faint hum of the glowing tube thrums like a lullaby in his ears. His notebook rests open by his hand, pages filled with his cramped notes and scattered symbols. He blinks, adjusting his glasses. The chamber is darker now. The glow of the tube is dimmed, soft and pale, like the last flicker of moonlight before dawn. Dexter pushes himself upright, his voice groggy, low. "How long? Was I asleep?" The air is still, too still. The dust no longer drifts, the silence heavier than before. And then it begins. The glow of the tube swells suddenly, brighter and brighter until the walls themselves seem to melt away. The carvings twist, the stone shivers, and the chamber dissolves. Dexter gasps, clutching his notebook. This is not real. A projection, an illusion." But even as he speaks, the world around him shifts. He now stands in a vast hall, its ceiling lost in shadow, its walls lined with shelves of ancient glass tubes. Each tube glows faintly, some green, some blue, some pulsing red. The air hums with whispers, hundreds, thousands of them, rising like a storm. Dexter's voice shakes, half with fear, half with awe. So many voices. The first whisper curls close to his ear, soft and familiar. "Yes, Dexter. All of these are mine. All of them guide. I am the true voice." But then, from the far side of the hall, the second voice answers, steady and calm. "No, Dexter. They are not all friends. Some are false. Some only echo lies. Listen carefully." Dexter covers his ears, but the whispers press harder, flooding his mind, swirling around his thoughts. Words overlap, voices call, names, riddles, half-phrases. He stumbles forward, glasses slipping, notebook flapping in his hand. His whisper is desperate, cracking. "Too many. Too much noise. I cannot study all of you." The vision shifts again. The glowing hall fades, and Dexter finds himself in a mirror of his own laboratory. The machines hum, the lights blink. But everything is wrong. The wires twist like vines. The screens flicker with ghostly images of his own face. And in the center of the lab stands another Dexter. The double Dexter lifts his head slowly, eyes glowing faint green. "You built me, Dexter. You built all of us." Dexter gasps, stumbling back, clutching his notebook. His voice trembles. No, I did not build you. I could not have." The double's voice echoes, layered with whispers. "You built the machines that opened the doors. You woke the voices sleeping below. You are the reason they speak." Dexter shakes his head, heart racing. "No, I only followed the sounds. I only followed the glow." The vision flickers again. The lab dissolves into blackness. Only the glowing double remains, eyes fixed upon him. "Choose wisely, Dexter. One voice will build you higher. One voice will tear you apart." And then silence. The vision cracks apart like glass, shattering into 1,000 drifting sparks. Dexter blinks hard, clutching his chest, and suddenly he is back in the stone chamber, the carvings around him still, the glow of the tube dim once more. He gasps for air, hands trembling as he writes quickly into his notebook. Vision, hall of voices, thousands, all speaking. Double of myself spoke of doors I open. Warning, one voice builds, one destroys. His writing falters as his hand shakes. His whisper comes out broken, soft, childlike. But how do I know? Which voice will save me? Which voice will ruin me? The second whisper rises faintly, calm and steady. You will know, in time. And then the first whisper returns, harsh and urgent, echoing through the chamber. You cannot wait, Dexter. Choose now. Dexter presses his notebook to his chest. eyes wide behind his glasses. His little voice cracks. No, no, I will not rush. I will wait. A true scientist waits until the experiment is complete. The whispers fade again, leaving him trembling in the cold, alone. Only the faint hum of the glowing tube remains, steady and patient, like a heartbeat in the silence. Dexter sits hunched in the underground chamber, notebook clutched tight to his chest. His small hands tremble, his glasses fogged with the warmth of his breath. The glow from the second test tube pulses faintly, dim and patient, as if watching him think. He whispers softly, half to himself, half to the air. Too many voices, too many warnings, and a vision of myself. I must not be led by fear. I must test. I must discover. He opens his notebook, flipping through the filled pages, measurements, scribbles, symbols copied from the walls, and hurried notes from the visions. He steadies his pencil. His hand, though shaking, begins to write. Plan. Construct device to separate frequencies. Record each whisper's vibration. Identify which carries consistency, which carries deception. Dexter exhales slowly, his voice low and steady now. Yes, this is the only way. A machine does not lie. Numbers do not lie. But as his pencil scratches, the first whisper returns, soft and urgent. Dexter, little Dexter, you do not need machines. You only need me. I brought you this far. I am your guide. Dexter freezes, pencil pausing. He bites his lip, whispering back. You say this often. You repeat. But repeating is not proof. Then from the pedestal, the second whisper answers, calm, even unwavering. Dexter, let the data lead. Trust not the voice that rushes you. Truth waits. Dexter swallows hard, his eyes darting between the two invisible presences. His voice is a whisper, shaky but firm. Patience. Yes, a scientist must be patient. The air grows colder. Dust lifts gently from the floor, swirling like mist. The carvings on the walls shimmer faintly as though alive again. And then both voices speak together. One sharp, one steady. One fast, one slow. But the words are the same. Beneath silence lies the answer. Beneath silence, the true door waits. Dexter stiffens. His pencil drops, clattering against the stone. His glasses catch the glow as his wide eyes reflect both wonder and fear. They said the same words. For the first time. The same. He kneels quickly, scooping up his notebook, scribbling in shaky letters. Shared phrase. Beneath silence lies the answer. The true door waits. His small hand presses hard against the page, nearly tearing it. His whisper is sharp, urgent. So, there is a deeper chamber, a true door. That is where the test ends. That is where the truth hides. The glow of the tube pulses brighter once, then dims again, as though in agreement. The whispers fall silent. Dexter sits back, hugging the notebook to his chest, his breathing heavy in the stillness. His childlike voice softens, drifting like a lullaby. Then tomorrow, I build my device. I measure the voices. I find the silence. I find the door. The carvings on the walls fade back into stillness. The air rests again. The hum of the glowing tube becomes a faint heartbeat, steady, calm. Dexter curls into himself on the cold stone floor, glasses tilted, notebook safe beneath his arm. His eyes grow heavy, his voice no more than a sigh. I will solve you. I will solve you. The chamber darkens, the glow dimming to nothing more than a flicker. The boy scientist drifts into sleep once more, surrounded by secrets that wait, patient and silent, for the next step. And in the silence, the words remain, etched into his thoughts, like the carvings on the wall. Beneath silence lies the answer. The true door waits. The night is quiet above the house. Curtains sway gently in the open window, and the ticking of a clock drifts through the halls. Down below, the laboratory slumbers. Machines hum faintly. Screens flicker soft lights like fireflies in the dark. Dexter rests at his desk, cheek pressed against his open notebook. His pencil has rolled away, and his glasses sit tilted on his nose. He murmurs in his sleep, soft and restless. True door. Beneath silence. Must measure frequencies. The silence holds him, rocking him deeper into dream. But then something shifts. A soft clink. Then another. Clink, clink. Dexter stirs, lifting his head, hair tousled, eyes foggy with sleep. He rubs at his glasses and squints into the dim. What does that sound? He leans forward, peering across his lab bench, and freezes. One of his wrenches rises gently into the air, floating without strings, without hands, gliding slowly like it were swimming in water. Behind it, a screwdriver drifts upward, spinning lazily. Then a beaker, then a test tube rack, all lifting in silence, moving as though guided by invisible fingers. Dexter's breath catches. His small voice trembles in wonder and fear. My tools? They float, by themselves. He pushes back from the desk, nearly knocking over a stool, notebook clutched to his chest. He watches as the tools circle above him, slow and dreamlike, like planets orbiting one another. The wrench drifts close to his face. Its cold metal reflects his wide eyes. He whispers, almost afraid to break the silence. This is impossible. Machines can levitate. Magnets can move metal. But my glassware. And indeed, the beakers and test tubes hover too, twirling gently, glowing faintly in the dim blue light of the lab. Dexter lifts his notebook, scribbling furiously with his shaky hand. Observation. Tools defying gravity. Cause unknown. No magnets, no strings, force invisible. But before he can write more, something else stirs. The floating tools begin to arrange themselves. Slowly, carefully, they align into shapes. Two screwdrivers forming a line, a wrench spinning into place, glass tubes dangling like pieces of a puzzle. Dexter gasps, eyes wide behind his glasses. They are forming a pattern. The tools click softly as they connect, drifting into a strange design in the air. A circle, a spiral, a symbol. Dexter recognizes the shape. His small voice cracks as he whispers. The same symbol as the carvings below. The circle hangs glowing faintly, the tools trembling as if alive. Dexter's hand trembles as he writes. Pattern confirmed. Same design as underground carvings. Tools are not random. Tools are guided. He steps closer, glasses glinting in the dim light. But guided by who? By what? The circle pulses faintly, the glassware vibrating in place. For a moment, Dexter thinks he hears something, faint, distant, a whisper. But not words, only sound, a hush, like a sigh across the lab. Dexter's heart thumps in his chest. He whispers, barely daring to speak. Not machines, not magnets, something unseen. The tools tremble, vibrating faster, the beakers clinking against each other like bells. The symbol glows brighter for a moment, then crash. Everything falls at once. Beakers shatter against the lab bench. Wrenches clatter to the floor, screwdrivers spin out and clink against the tiles. Dexter shields himself with his notebook, then lowers it slowly, his little chest heaving. The lab is quiet again. Only shards of glass and scattered tools remain. He kneels carefully, writing in shaky letters. They floated. They formed a symbol, then fell. Something wanted me to see. Something used my tools to speak. Dexter sits back on the cold floor, notebook pressed to his chest. His voice trembles with fear and curiosity. It is not only voices now. They move my lab. They show me the signs. The lights of the machines blink faintly in the dark as though watching. Dexter lifts his head, eyes wide and shining. His whisper is small but steady. I will not stop. I will follow. I will solve the puzzle. And somewhere deep within the lab, faint and hidden, a sound stirs like a faraway footstep, like a sigh of air. The lab is awake. Dexter sits on the cold tile floor, notebook pressed to his chest, eyes darting from the shattered glass to the scattered wrenches and screwdrivers. The lab is silent, almost too silent, except for the faint hum of the machines in sleep mode. His small voice whispers into the stillness. They wanted me to see the symbol, it was not random, it was, deliberate. He adjusts his glasses, which slip slightly on his nose, and crawls closer to the broken circle on the ground. The fragments of glass glitter like stars, the tools lying where they fell, pointing outward as if marking a hidden direction. Dexter pauses. His eyes narrow behind the lenses. He scribbles quickly. Tools do not scatter randomly. Angles are consistent. Points align toward eastern wall. He sets down the notebook and crawls to the wall, tiny hands running along the cold panels. Machines line the space, his inventions, his unfinished experiments, but one panel is bare, blank, untouched. He taps it gently with his knuckle. The sound is hollow. Dexter freezes. His small whisper is breathless. A false wall. Before he can think further, the air stirs again, a faint metallic scrape. A screwdriver lifts from the floor, slowly, shakily, then points directly at the hollow panel. Dexter's glasses gleam in the faint light as his lips part in awe. You guide me? The screwdriver quivers as though straining, then drops suddenly, clattering to the ground. Dexter scrambles for his notebook, scribbling furiously. Confirmed. Tools demonstrate intent. Pointed at false wall indicates hidden chamber or mechanism. But then another sound rises. Clink, clink, clink. His other tools begin to stir again. The wrench rolls across the floor by itself, knocking against a scattered shard of glass. The shard rises into the air, hovering softly, trembling. Then another shard lifts, then another. Tiny pieces of glass drifting upward like snowflakes caught in an invisible current. Dexter's breath catches in his throat. He clutches his notebook to his chest, whispering almost like a prayer. They rise again, not broken. No, still part of the puzzle. The shards swirl slowly above his head, forming a faint trail. A glowing ribbon of glass pieces stretching from the lab bench across the room toward the same hollow wall. Dexter rises to his feet, small shoulders tense, voice unsteady. You want me to follow, yes? You want me to see what is behind. The ribbon of shards drifts closer to the wall, circling above it like fireflies. Then, with a faint chime, they collapse back to the floor in a gentle rain of glass. The tools fall still again. Dexter approaches, heart pounding in his small chest. He places his hand on the panel, pressing firmly. It does not move. He whispers, eyes narrowing. Locked. Of course it is locked. Nothing in this lab comes easily. He kneels, pulling a tiny flashlight from his pocket. Its beam flickers across the edges of the wall. There, almost invisible, thin carvings etched into the metal. A circle, a spiral. Same design again. Dexter gasps softly. The mark, hidden on the wall itself. He scribbles quickly. False wall, marked with symbol, same as tool pattern and underground carvings. Hidden door confirmed. But then, the faint whisper returns. Not clear words, only a sound like a hush of breath, low and echoing. Dexter tilts his head, listening, eyes wide. His little voice answers in a tremor. You want me to open it, don't you? The whisper lingers, growing slightly louder, a soft, drawn-out tone. It almost resembles a note, a single pitch. Dexter blinks, realization striking. He scrambles for his notebook, scrawling messily. Not words, sound. Frequency required to open panel. Sound is key. He looks up at the false wall, determination flickering through his fear. Yes, I understand. This is no ordinary door. It listens. It waits for the right tone. The tools lie silent now, scattered around him, but they no longer frighten him. Instead, they feel like companions, like unseen hands pointing the way forward. Dexter adjusts his glasses, hugging the notebook close. His voice grows steadier, though soft. You guided me here. You gave me the symbol. You showed me the wall. Now, I must give the sound. I must find the silence beneath and break it with the right note. He stands in the glow of his humming machines, small and fragile against the vastness of the hidden puzzle, but his eyes shine bright. The lab is still again, waiting, watching. Dexter whispers once more before turning back to his desk. I will build a device. I will test the tones. Tomorrow, the wall will open. And in the far corner of the lab, faint and barely audible, a single screwdriver rattles against the floor, 3 quick taps, like an answer. Tap, tap, tap. Then silence. Dexter sits hunched over his workbench, glasses slipping low on his nose, notebook spread wide before him. The lab is hushed but awake. Machines hum faintly. Red and green lights flicker in rhythm as though waiting with him. He has cleared a space, pushing away the shattered glass, lining up his instruments neatly as though in preparation for an experiment. His voice is soft, steady, though the tremble of excitement breaks through. If the wall responds to sound, then I must discover the precise frequency, a resonance, a note that sings with the hidden door. He places a small tuning fork on the table, then another, then a third. The silvery forks gleam faintly in the dim glow. Dexter taps one lightly, ting, and the sound drifts out high and delicate. The tools across the bench stir. Dexter's eyes widen, breath catching in his throat. A single screwdriver quivers, rattling softly against the wood. His whisper is quick, urgent. Yes, they respond. He scribbles frantically. Fork A. High frequency, tools vibrate faintly. Response confirmed. He takes another fork, taps it. A lower tone hums through the air. This time, a wrench lifts slightly from the table, trembling in midair before falling again. Dexter nearly leaps from his stool, small fists clenched in excitement. It works. It works. They hear it. They listen. He pauses, breath shallow, and takes the third fork. Its tone is deeper, rolling like the hum of distant thunder. He strikes it. Boom. The air grows heavy. Slowly, carefully, 3 pieces of broken glass rise from the floor, glittering faintly in the glow of the machines. They drift upward, circling one another, forming a tiny spiral in the air. Dexter's glasses reflect the light as his lips part in awe. His whisper trembles. The spiral again. Always the spiral. He jots notes hurriedly, hand shaking. Fork C. Deep tone triggers spiral formation, consistent with the symbol. Hypothesis. Correct frequency is near this range. The shards hover for a moment, then fall softly back onto the tiles. Silence follows. The lab holds its breath. Dexter looks up slowly, his voice soft but certain. It is true, then. The wall listens. The tools. They want me to play the right note. The sound is the key. He adjusts his glasses, lifting a small recorder from his drawer. Its buttons glint faintly in the dim light. He whispers as he presses the microphone close to his lips. I will map the frequencies. I will test every pitch until the wall opens. His small fingers adjust dials, set wires, connect coils. He pulls a speaker closer, its face dusty from disuse. The machine hums to life, faint static hissing in the quiet. Dexter flips his notebook open, pencil clutched tight. Test 1. Beginning sequence. He presses a key. A tone fills the lab, sharp, steady, high-pitched. The tools rattle faintly, glass clinking like wind chimes. Dexter nods, scribbling. Response minor, continue. He shifts the dial, another tone, deeper. The wrenches lift slightly, spinning once before clattering down. Response moderate, continue. He adjusts again. The speaker hums low, deep as a distant drum. The entire lab seems to shiver. Beakers rattle, screwdrivers lift. Shards rise like dust motes caught in a shaft of light. The tools swirl together, rising higher, aligning into the spiral shape again. This time larger, sharper, glowing faintly with a strange light. Dexter grips his stool, whispering urgently. Yes, this is it. Close. Closer. The spiral drifts toward the false wall, hovering just above its carved mark. For a heartbeat, Dexter thinks he sees the panel quiver, metal vibrating like water disturbed by a pebble. But then crack! The speaker sputters. The tone collapses. The spiral shatters. Tools and glass crash back down to the floor, ringing like a broken bell. Dexter winces, clutching his ears, then scrambles for his notebook, pencil darting across the page. Frequency near threshold. Wall responded. Panel trembled. Doors real. Doors waiting. He lowers the pencil slowly, eyes gleaming behind his glasses. His small voice drifts out in the quiet, half whisper, half vow. I will not stop. I will find the true note. The wall will open. The puzzle will be solved. The lab is silent again, only the soft ticking of the clock above, the faint blinking of red and green lights, the tiny breath of air through unseen vents. But somewhere, faintly, one single wrench rolls by itself, clink, 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 and stops at Dexter's feet, as though nodding in agreement. Dexter smiles, small and tired, notebook pressed to his chest. Yes, together we will find the answer. The hum of machines deepens, low and steady like a lullaby in the dark. The lab waits. The wall waits. And Dexter begins to drift toward sleep, head heavy, though his heart burns with curiosity. The puzzle is only beginning. Dexter sits at his desk again, the lamp glowing softly. The notebook lying open and covered in hurried scribbles and circles. His eyelids are heavy, but the curiosity keeps him upright. The false wall stands across the lab, quiet, flat, unassuming. But Dexter knows better. He knows it is listening, waiting. He sets up the recorder again, adjusting dials, wires snaking across the table. A fresh sheet of graph paper lies ready, marked with tiny notes of frequency ranges. His whispers steady, like a scientist announcing a great discovery. Tonight I will not fail. The door trembled once. It will tremble again. I will find the exact note. He strikes a tuning fork. 10. The high note shimmers through the air. Screwdrivers wiggle faintly on the bench. but the wall is silent. Dexter marks a cross on the paper. No effect. Too high. He tries another fork. A lower tone. Tunk. This time a beaker tips over with a soft clink. The tools roll slightly, but the wall is still. He writes again. Minor resonance. Insufficient. Dexter leans forward, frowning. His small fingers tap across the recorder, shifting the pitch gradually lower. The speaker hums, a steady vibration filling the room. The glass shards stir. The tools lift. The spiral forms, just as before. But this time, as the spiral floats toward the false wall, something happens, a faint sound. Not from the speaker, not from the tools, but from the wall itself. A soft, hollow hum. Dexter freezes, pencil falling from his hand. His whisper is breathless. It answers. The wall hums faintly, like a throat clearing, like metal vibrating with memory. The spiral of glass and tools hovers before it, pulsing faintly with light. Dexter scrambles for his notebook, writing messily. Wall emits echo tone, interactive resonance. Door is alive. Door sings. The hum fades. Silence follows. Dexter leans closer, glasses glinting. His voice quivers with awe. You can hear me, can't you? He turns back to the recorder, fumbling with the dials, matching frequencies, chasing the memory of the sound. He presses the button. A new tone hums, close, very close to what the wall had given. For a long moment, nothing happens. Then the wall hums again, louder this time. Dexter gasps, notebook trembling in his hands. It sings back. It truly sings back. The tools respond wildly, lifting, spinning in midair, the spiral glowing brighter than ever. The sound grows fuller as though the lab itself is caught in the song. Dexter stares in awe, whispering into the glow. A duet. I am playing with it. The door is alive. The wall's tone grows deeper, resonant, rolling through the lab like the purr of some great hidden engine. Lights flicker and machines stir. A drawer rattles open, spilling small screws onto the floor. Dexter grips the table, excitement trembling through him. Yes, yes, this is the key. This is the dialogue. He adjusts the dial again, matching the pitch perfectly. The lab fills with harmony, his speaker's tone and the wall's answering song blending into one. The false wall begins to shimmer. Faint lines glow around its edges, the spiral mark pulsing like a heartbeat. For a fleeting second, Dexter thinks he sees the outline of a door, tall, narrow, impossibly dark. But then, puff! The light dies. The sound collapses. The wall falls silent. Tools crash to the floor. Glass scatters. The lab is still. Dexter pants softly. Glasses crooked. Hair mussed from the static in the air. His whisper is full of wonder, not despair. It almost opened. It almost did. The song. It is the answer. I must perfect it. I must learn to sing with the wall. He picks up his notebook, hugging it tight. New notes. Wall responds to near resonance. Must find exact harmony. Spiral is key. The wall listens. The wall sings. Dexter's head droops, exhaustion pressing down at last. His small voice drifts softer, sleepier. Tomorrow I will make the perfect tone. Tomorrow the door will open. The machines hum low and steady like a lullaby. The false wall looms quiet and patient, hiding its secrets in the silence. And as Dexter's eyelids flutter just before he drifts into sleep, one last faint sound echoes, barely audible, like a whisper of metal through the dark. A hum, soft and lonely, as though the wall is still singing to itself. Dexter's eyes snap open. The lab is dim, its green glow still seeping across the walls. He stirs from his desk where he had dozed off, his notebook pressed against his cheek. For a moment, he cannot tell if the humming sound he hears is real or a dream. Then he sits up, rubbing his eyes. No, it was not a dream. The wall, it sang. I must build something stronger. My little speaker is not enough. He pushes away his lamp, reaching deep into the drawers of his bench. Coils, wires, amplifiers clatter onto the desk. Tiny tools line up neatly as if awaiting instruction. His whisper carries the certainty of invention. If the wall requires harmony, then I will make a machine that never falters. A resonance amplifier. He sketches quickly, pencil darting across the page. A triangle of sound-emitting nodes positioned to create overlapping waves. Coils to deepen the tone. Glass tubes to stabilize frequency. His hand trembles with excitement. The lab feels awake with him. Machines click softly in the corners as though listening. The spiral symbol on the wall seems to shimmer faintly even in the dark. Dexter fits wires together, twists bolts, slides glowing tubes into sockets. The pieces fit as though they have been waiting for this moment. He whispers to himself as he works. Node 1, activated. Node 2, adjusted. Node 3, complete. At last, the small machine stands on the bench. 3 tall glass tubes arranged in a triangle, wires coiled like vines between them. A faint glow hums inside each tube. Dexter tightens his gloves and takes a deep breath. Test 1. Begin. He flips the switch. The tubes glow brighter. A tone fills the lab, steady, smooth, low, like the breath of the earth. The sound does not waver. It holds perfectly, like an endless note sung by invisible voices. The tools stir instantly. Wrenches rise, screwdrivers hover, shards spin into the familiar spiral. But this time, the spiral does not collapse. It holds steady, suspended in the air, glowing faintly. Dexter's eyes gleam. Yes, it works. The resonance holds. Then the wall answers. The same low hum begins again, but louder, clearer, richer. The false wall vibrates visibly, the spiral carved into it, pulsing with light. The two sounds, the machine and the wall, merge into one long, unbroken harmony. The lab itself shivers. A row of shelves rattles, beakers clinking like chimes. A panel in the ceiling slides halfway open before closing again. Lights flicker, glowing not just red and green, but strange, shifting colors. Dexter grips the table, awestruck. The lab, it bends to the song. It changes. The spiral of tools grows brighter, slowly drifting across the air until it presses itself against the spiral mark on the wall. The two shapes align. The wall pulses once. Then again. Then again, like a heartbeat. Dexter whispers with reverence. It breathes. The wall, it breathes. The tone grows louder, deeper, the tubes of his machine glowing brighter than ever. Shadows dance across the floor, stretching long and tall, moving in ways that do not match Dexter's movements. He adjusts the dial, matching the harmony perfectly. The wall begins to shimmer, the edges of the hidden door almost visible, the outline glowing faintly. Dexter holds his breath. It is opening. The glow swells and suddenly crack. One of the glass tubes on the machine shatters, sparks flying. The tone collapses into static. The spiral of tools crashes to the ground. The wall's glow fades, pulsing once more before falling silent. The lab is plunged back into stillness. Dexter staggers, his small hands shaking, his glasses askew. He looks down at the broken tube, its shards smoking faintly. His voice trembles with frustration and wonder all at once. So close, so very close. He kneels, gently picking up the warm fragment of glass. He sets them on his desk, staring at their faint, lingering glow. His notebook lies open, waiting for new words. Dexter writes slowly, carefully. The resonance machine works. The wall breathes. The lab responds. I must repair the tubes. Stronger material. Tomorrow the song will continue. He closes the notebook softly, laying his small hand on its cover. His eyelids are heavy again, exhaustion pulling at him. The machines hum quietly, gently. The lab is calm now, as though nothing strange had happened at all. But the wall gives one last faint, secret pulse of light. Dexter doesn't see it. He is already drifting, his head sinking to his folded arms, his breath deepening. The lab holds him, watches him, lulls him to sleep. And in the silence, the wall hums one last time, softer than a whisper, a lullaby only it can sing. The lab is hushed, still cloaked in faint green glow. Dexter stirs awake at his bench, lifting his head from his folded arms. His notebook lies open, his last words scribbled in sleepy handwriting. The wall breathes. Tomorrow, the song will continue. But tonight is not finished. The faint hum reaches him again. Soft, steady. The wall is calling. Dexter rubs his eyes, whispering with resolve. I will not sleep yet. I will finish it now. The harmony must be complete. He gathers new materials, thicker glass tubes, stronger coils, polished wires that glimmer faintly in the dim light. The lab seems to assist him. Drawers slide open, tools roll closer as though the machines themselves want to help. Dexter builds quickly, carefully. His hands move with certainty. The new resonance machine takes form, 3 glass tubes again, but taller, glowing with captured energy. He whispers to himself. This time, no cracks. This time, it will sing long enough. He sets the machine near the wall, directly before the spiral mark. The false wall looms quietly, waiting, its outline almost visible even in stillness. Dexter flips the switch. The machine hums. The 3 tubes glow with deep golden light. A tone fills the lab, low, resonant, steady. It is smoother than before, richer, endless. The tools rise once more. Screwdrivers, pliers, wires, floating upward, spinning into the spiral. But now the spiral glows brightly, steady and unbroken, a perfect shape hanging in the air. The wall answers instantly. The hum swells from deep within it, matching the machine, then rising above it, filling the lab with a harmony so pure it feels alive. Dexter's breath catches. Yes, it sings with me. The glow spreads across the wall. Lines flare to life, marking a tall, narrow doorway, shimmering as though carved from starlight. The spiral symbol beats like a heart. The lab shivers. Shells rattle softly. Machines blink awake. Lights flicker in gentle rhythm with the sound. Shadows sway like dancers to the harmony. The spiral of tools presses into the glowing spiral on the wall, and this time they merge. The wall pulses once, twice, and then slowly, silently, it opens. A tall slit of glowing darkness yawns before Dexter, the edges shimmering like liquid silver. Beyond it lies, not a hallway, not a room, but a vastness. A place too deep to see, too quiet to describe. A velvet dark sprinkled with faint lights like distant stars. Dexter stares in awe. His voice trembles. It is a doorway. Not to another lab, but to somewhere else. Somewhere endless. The wall hums again, softer now, like a lullaby. The glow around the doorway pulses gently, inviting but not frightening. It feels calm, protective. Dexter clutches his notebook, whispering to himself. This mystery, it is greater than me, greater than science, greater than tonight, but I have found it. I have heard its song. The resonance machine holds the tone perfectly, glowing brighter and brighter, until at last the lab itself seems to hum along. The machines breathe, the shelves hum, the floor vibrates softly. Everything is part of the song. Dexter's eyelids droop. His voice is slow now, soft, as if the harmony itself is guiding him down to dreams. I will step through one day, but not tonight. Tonight, I must rest. The song can wait for morning. He switches the resonance machine to its lower setting. The glow fades to a warm golden pulse, like the steady heartbeat of a sleeping giant. The doorway remains open, silent, but not demanding. It will wait. Dexter climbs onto his chair, curling up with his notebook against his chest. His glasses slide down his nose, his breathing slow and steady. The lab hums gently, a perfect lullaby wrapping him in sound. The doorway glows faintly, like a nightlight. The spiral symbol beats once more, then settles into rhythm with Dexter's breath. The hidden world waits, safe and silent, just beyond. And Dexter drifts softly into sleep. The lab is quiet again, its hum gentle and low, still carrying the faint afterglow of the song from the night before. Dexter lies slumped in his chair, tiny hands curled around his notebook, his glasses tilted slightly. His breathing is slow, steady. The doorway in the wall stands faintly glowing, waiting in its soft silence, but it does not call to him. It hums like a lantern left burning in a quiet room, content to simply exist while the boy scientist dreams. Hours pass, the lab ticking and humming. Then another sound, a faint scrape, wood against stone. Dexter stirs, lifting his head. His glasses slide back into place as he blinks through the dim glow. What now? He whispers, his voice still thick with sleep. The sound comes again. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Not from the glowing door. No, this time. From the far side of the room. From the heavy shelves lined with tools, jars, wires, notebooks stacked neatly in rows. Dexter narrows his eyes. My shelves do not move. They are perfectly balanced, perfectly designed. Unless he steps closer, each small footfall echoing across the floor. The shelves shiver faintly. A screwdriver rolls off and clinks softly onto the ground. And Dexter crouches, ear close to the wood. He hears it. A hollow echo. An emptiness behind. His breath quickens. A false wall. Behind my shelves? How could I have missed it? He presses his hand against the edge. It does not budge. He pushes harder, tiny muscles straining. The shelves remain steady, heavy, unmoving. Then tap. A sound from inside the shelves. Not from Dexter's push. Not from the lab. A knock. Dexter freezes. His heart races. There is someone inside? The knock repeats, slow and deliberate. Then a faint whisper slips through, curling into his ears like mist. Dexter, behind the shelves. His eyes widen. His notebook nearly slips from his hands. Who speaks? Show yourself. The whisper fades, but the shelves respond. The bottom corner begins to glow with a faint light, golden like the resonance machine's tubes, seeping out in thin lines between the cracks. Dexter steps back. His voice trembles with awe and suspicion. The lab reveals another passage. The shelves scrape again, shifting on their own. Bolts and jars rattle, wires swing like pendulums. A hidden seam widens, light spilling into the lab. Slowly, silently. A narrow passage opens behind the shelves, dark, deep, lined with faint symbols that glow like breathing stars. Dexter clutches his notebook tightly. His whisper carries both fear and wonder. 2 doors, one in the wall and one behind my shelves. Why 2? Where do they lead? The lab hums soft and soothing, as though urging him forward but not forcing him. Dexter peers into the passage. The glow is faint, but steady. The walls inside whisper with tiny echoes, like voices half-formed, calling but not frightening. He breathes slowly, nodding to himself. I will enter, carefully, for science and for answers. He takes one cautious step into the new passage. His small shadow stretches long and strange behind him. The shelves close softly behind. The lab is still once more. Only the faint golden glow remains, seeping through the cracks of the now hidden doorway. The shelves close softly behind him, the click echoing like the lid of a secret box. Dexter pauses, notebook clutched tight, the golden glow bathing his glasses in shimmer. The air is still, cooler than his lab, carrying a faint metallic scent, like copper and rain. The passage stretches forward, narrow, lined with stone, smooth as glass. Etched into the walls are thin spirals carved deep and glowing faintly. They pulse as though alive, each line breathing in slow rhythm. Dexter whispers to himself, half in fear, half in wonder. This is no simple storage space. It is a constructed chamber. Precise, intentional. Who carved it? When? He lifts his pencil, scribbling fast. Symbols carved, same spiral pattern. Glow seems organic, not electrical. As he walks, the spirals brighten slightly with each step, as though aware of his presence. His shoes tap softly, and the sound echoes strangely, traveling too far, too long, like the passage is larger than it seems. Then a murmur. Dexter freezes. His pencil halts in mid-word. The sound slides along the walls, a whisper of many voices layered together. He cannot make out the words at first, only the tone, gentle, patient, like waves against stone. He leans closer, ear against the wall. The glow warms under his skin, and then he hears it, faint but clear. Measure, follow, align. Dexter's heart pounds, his eyes widen. They know I am here. They instruct me? He quickly scribbles again. Whispers instructive, not hostile, possibly guiding. The symbols ahead shift slightly, their glow joining into patterns. Triangles, circles, long winding lines that seem to point forward. Dexter follows carefully, his tiny figure swallowed by the golden tunnel. He touches one spiral with his small hand. The glow pulses beneath his palm, soft and steady. Suddenly, images bloom in his mind. Brief flashes, floating tools, the glowing door in the wall, the humming resonance machine. And deeper than that, shadows of something beyond, vast halls, endless stairs, stars hidden underground. Dexter jerks his hand back, breath quick and sharp. His notebook trembles in his grip. It shows me memory, or a map. Too much to understand? He takes another step, then another. The walls hum louder now, and their glow breathing in rhythm with his footsteps. The whispers rise again, a little clearer this time, threads of phrases woven in the air. Dexter, deeper. Find the heart. Find the true chamber. Dexter nearly stumbles, clutching his notebook to his chest. His voice trembles, but his eyes gleam with burning curiosity. They know my name. They wait for me. This passage is not random. It leads to purpose. Ahead, the narrow hall widens. A curve bends gently to the left. The glow spills brighter there, as if inviting him around the corner. Dexter steadies his breath, lifting his chin. I must see. I must record everything. He walks forward, shoes whispering on the smooth stone floor. His shadow stretches, flickers, then merges with the glowing patterns. He rounds the bend and gasps. The passage opens into a chamber, a hidden room, circular, carved deep beneath the lab. Its walls shine with spirals upon spirals, layered symbols glowing like constellations. In the center floats a stone pedestal, untouched, radiating faint golden light. The whispers hush. Silence fills the chamber, heavy and waiting. Dexter steps inside slowly, reverently. His voice falls to a whisper. This is a secret heart of the lab. A place I was never meant to see, but why now? Why tonight? He reaches the pedestal. Upon it rests something small, simple. A glass vial, sealed, glowing faintly with the same golden hue as the walls. Dexter's breath catches. He reaches out with trembling fingers. What are you? The glow brightens under his touch, the whole chamber sighing with light. And the whispers return, clearer now, surrounding him from every wall. Open, and learn. Dexter pulls his hand back quickly, notebook pressed tight to his chest. His eyes dart across the room, heart racing. It speaks directly. It wants me to open this vial, but is it safe? Or is it a test? The glow steadies, waiting. The vial hums softly in answer. Dexter swallows, staring. His voice trembles, but his words are resolute. I must decide. The choice is mine. The golden spirals swirl faintly on the walls like 1,000 eyes blinking patiently, waiting for what Dexter will do next. Dexter stands before the pedestal, notebook clutched to his chest, the vial glowing faintly at its center. The golden spirals on the walls pulse in rhythm, slow and steady, like the heartbeat of the chamber itself. The whispers stir again, their voices layered but soft, carrying through the glowing stone. Open and learn. Open and learn. Dexter's glasses catch the glow as his eyes dart from the vial to the symbols. His tiny voice quivers but carries determination. I am Dexter, scientist supreme, and science requires answers. He reaches out with trembling fingers. The glass vial feels cool, impossibly smooth, almost weightless in his hand. The glow spreads across his palm, tingling like gentle static. The whispers hush. Silence falls so deep that even Dexter's breath sounds too loud. He steadies himself. If this is a puzzle, I must solve it. He tilts the vial slightly. Inside, the light swirls like liquid, forming faint spirals just like the walls. For a moment, it seems to move in time with his heartbeat. Then click. The stopper turns, loosening with a soft sound. The chamber reacts instantly. The spirals along the walls flare brighter, golden light rushing outward like ripples in water. The glow fills every groove, every line, until the chamber shines as bright as dawn. Dexter shields his eyes, notebook pressed close, but does not let go of the vial. His voice shakes. What have I released? The liquid inside rises, slow and graceful, lifting out of the vial like smoke and light braided together. It hovers, twisting in the air, swirling into the shape of a spiral above the pedestal. The whispers return, but not fragmented this time. They form a single voice, deep and resonant, filling the chamber like a soft bell. Dexter, child of the lab, you are chosen to see. Dexter gasps. His heart thunders in his chest. It knows me by name. The spiral of light drifts closer to him, humming gently. its glow warming rather than frightening. The voice continues. You unlock what was hidden. You listen where others ignore. You awaken the paths that sleep. Dexter scribbles with shaking hands. Entity of light. Knows me. Claims I awaken paths. Speaks with intention. The spiral hovers above his head, casting soft radiance over his hair, his glasses, his trembling fingers. Then it drifts toward the far wall of the chamber. Symbols flare brighter than before, shifting into new patterns. Concentric circles, layered spirals forming what looks like a map. Dexter's breath catches. A design, directions. The voice hums again. Follow the passages. Seek the heart. There. Answers lie. The map glows, showing not only the chamber but winding corridors stretching deeper beneath the lab. Forks and turns branch like roots, leading to a central glowing shape far below. The heart. Dexter's pulse quickens. His voice is a whisper of awe. The heart. A hidden core beneath all of this. What secret lies there? The spiral of light fades slowly back into the vial. The stopper seals itself with a quiet click. The glow inside is calmer now, steadying like a captured star. The chamber dims to its original golden hush. The whispers retreat, leaving behind only silence and the faint echo of the deep voice. Dexter stands frozen, staring at the glowing vial in his hand, notebook filled with frantic scribbles. His mind races, but his voice is soft, as though afraid to disturb the stillness. The chamber has given me a task, a path, a destiny. He tucks the vial carefully into his pocket, holding it as though it might shatter with a touch. His small shoulders straighten. I will follow. I will uncover the heart, no matter how deep it lies. The spirals on the walls pulse once more, like approving eyes, then dim into steady, faint glow, waiting quietly. Dexter turns to leave, his steps soft against the smooth floor. The hidden passage awaits him once again, stretching deeper, deeper into the unknown. The shelves behind the lab feel far away now. The glowing door in the wall seems like a different mystery altogether. For now, only the path to the heart matters. Dexter whispers to himself as he walks. The shelves open for me. The chamber spoke. The heart awaits. I must be ready. And with that he disappears down the golden passage, the light behind him dimming slowly until the chamber rests once more in silence. The vial glows faintly in Dexter's pocket, warm against his coat. Each step down the golden corridor feels heavier, as though the very air grows denser with mystery. His notebook, pages filled with hurried lines and diagrams, is clutched tightly in one hand. The spirals carved into the walls continue to glow, though now their patterns have changed. Instead of repeating spirals, they begin to form branching lines, like rivers splitting, flowing into many directions. Dexter halts, adjusting his glasses, squinting at the new carvings. These are not random. They are the very map I saw above, a living diagram carved into the stone. He traces one of the glowing branches with his finger. The glow responds, brightening slightly, as if acknowledging his touch. Ahead, the corridor splits into 3 paths, each lined with glowing symbols. Dexter's heart beats quicker. He flips open his notebook. The spiral instructed me to follow the passages, seek the heart. But which way? He pulls the vial from his pocket. It pulses gently as though listening. Slowly, faint, golden threads of light leak out and drift toward the leftmost corridor. Dexter nods, jotting notes. Yes, it reacts. It guides. He steps into the left passage. The air shifts. The walls grow smoother, almost polished, and their glow softens. Dexter notices the spirals beginning to change into different shapes. Circles, squares, strange runes that almost look like letters but never quite form words. He walks slower now, the silence so deep that his own footsteps feel too loud. Then he notices something unsettling. The shadows. Though the corridor is lit by its own golden glow, shadows cling to the edges of the walls, stretching far longer than they should. Dexter halts, narrowing his eyes. His own shadow seems to lag behind, moving slower than his body. He scribbles furiously. Shadows not aligned, possibly an illusion. Corridor manipulates perception. He raises his small voice, steady though soft. I am not fooled. I will continue. The shadows twitch faintly, then still, as if they heard him. Dexter presses forward. The passage bends and curves, always leading deeper. The symbols shift more quickly now, rearranging themselves as he walks, forming new patterns right before his eyes. He whispers in awe. The walls are alive, recording me or guiding me. At one bend, the glow fades almost entirely, and the corridor plunges into near darkness. Only the vial's faint pulse lights his way. The silence here is even heavier, pressing on his ears. Dexter stops, holding the vial higher. Its glow strengthens, pushing back the dark. For just a moment the walls shimmer, and Dexter sees illusions. Figures faint and translucent, moving silently along the corridor. They resemble scientists in long coats carrying tools, notebooks, and strange machines. Their steps leave no sound. Their faces are blurred, unfinished, like sketches left incomplete. Dexter gasps softly. Echoes of builders. Could they be the ones who carved this? The figures drift past him without acknowledgement, repeating the same motions again and again. One adjusts goggles, another writes in a ledger, another carries a glowing shard, much like the one he once placed in the humming machine. Dexter steps back, heart pounding, yet his curiosity stronger than his fear. He scribbles quickly. Echoes of past, possibly projections or memories. Corridor stores history itself. The illusions fade as the vial's glow steadies. The passage returns to its smooth emptiness. Dexter exhales shakily, whispering, I am not alone in these halls. I walk among shadows of the past. He presses onward. The corridor narrows, spirals returning to the walls, curling tighter and tighter, as though funneling him deeper into a single point. The vial hums in his hand, vibrating faintly. At last, the passage opens into another chamber, this one smaller, shaped like an octagon. The walls here glow with sharp, geometric patterns instead of spirals. In the center floats a simple stone cube, hovering inches above the ground. Dexter steps closer cautiously. The vial pulses faster, urging him. The cube rotates slowly, its sides covered in carvings, symbols shifting like living puzzles. Each face shows a different arrangement, never still, never repeating. Dexter whispers, awestruck. A riddle. A test. The vial glows brighter, illuminating one face of the cube. The carvings pause, holding still for the first time. A spiral symbol appears, glowing golden. The whispers return, low and resonant, curling around him like a song. Align the path. Unlock the way. Dexter's hand trembles as he reaches forward, fingers brushing the cube's glowing surface. The carvings shift at his touch, sliding and rearranging themselves like pieces of a puzzle. The chamber hums, deep and steady. The vial burns warm in his palm. The cube awaits his choice. Dexter steadies his breath, eyes locked on the glowing spiral. His voice is a whisper, but strong. I will align the path. I will unlock the way. Dexter stares at the cube, its faces glowing faintly, carvings shifting like sliding tiles. The hum of the chamber deepens, vibrating softly through the floor and into his shoes. His notebook dangles from one hand, but his attention is fixed entirely on the glowing spiral frozen on one face. The vial in his pocket warms steadily, as if to encourage him. Dexter adjusts his glasses, whispering to himself. Patterns, symbols. Logic must prevail. This is a puzzle, and puzzles are meant to be solved. He reaches out. His small fingers brush the cube's surface. At once, the carvings ripple beneath his touch, sliding into new arrangements like gears turning. The spiral glows brighter, but the other faces remain restless, their symbols tumbling endlessly. Dexter frowns, lips pressed tight. The goal's clear. Align the spirals. Bring order to chaos. He presses one symbol. It shifts smoothly, locking into place. Another face responds, sliding into a new pattern. The cube hums louder as though alive. Dexter scribbles in his notebook with his free hand. Each touch triggers chain reaction. Must predict sequence before moving. His eyes gleam behind the glasses. A challenge worthy of my genius. Slowly, carefully, he studies the cube, tracing paths with his finger in the air before committing to each move. Each touch sets off cascading rearrangements, glowing lines connecting from one face to another. The chamber responds to his progress. The walls brighten with every correct step, symbols along the octagon glowing like watchful eyes. The hum deepens, now more like a heartbeat. But each mistake makes the cube shudder, light flickering, the hum breaking into discordant tones. Dexter stiffens with every error, whispering quickly to himself. No, focus, Dexter. Focus. He pauses, closes his eyes for a moment, breathing slowly. The hum steadies. The cube waits. When he opens his eyes again, his hands are calm. He works faster now, movements deliberate, precise. Spirals begin to form across the cube's surfaces, golden arcs aligning piece by piece. Click. The first face locks completely, the spiral glowing bright and steady. Dexter smiles faintly. Yes, one complete. Progress achieved. He continues, solving face after face, each click resonating through the chamber like the turning of a great key. The spirals interlock across different sides, forming continuous patterns. Finally, after a long, tense silence, click. The last piece slides into place. All spirals align. The cube glows brilliantly, hovering higher, humming like a chorus of bells. Dexter shields his eyes as golden light pours outward, flooding the chamber. The walls flare alive, every spiral glowing in perfect harmony. Then silence. The cube lowers, settling gently onto the pedestal. Its glow dims, now calm, like a heart at rest. Dexter exhales shakily, wiping his brow. Puzzle. Solved. Path. Unlocked. The floor beneath him rumbles softly. Lines of light trace across the chamber floor, converging into the center. The stone shifts, grinding open to reveal a spiral staircase descending into deep shadow. A draft rises from below, cool and ancient, carrying with it the faintest sound, like a low, rhythmic pulse. Dexter leans forward, peering into the descent. His glasses catch the glow, his eyes wide. The heart. It must lie below. The vial pulses in his pocket, glowing brighter than before. It hums in rhythm with the distant beat. Dexter adjusts his coat, tightens his grip on his notebook, and steels himself. I have unlocked the path. I must continue. I must see. He sets one foot onto the glowing steps. They respond to his weight, lighting beneath him, one by one as he descends. Step by step, the chamber above grows smaller until only the spiraling staircase and the pulsing glow of the vial remain. The deeper he goes, the stronger the pulse becomes, not frightening, but insistent, like a call that cannot be ignored. Dexter whispers softly to himself, voice trembling with both awe and resolve. The heart is waiting. I will uncover its secret. I will. And with that, he vanishes into the depths, the spiral stair curling endlessly downward, carrying him toward the unknown. The spiral staircase winds downward endlessly, step after step, each one glowing beneath Dexter's shoes. The hum grows louder as he descends, steady as a drumbeat. The vial in his pocket vibrates gently in rhythm, syncing with the sound, like two hearts beating as one. The air grows cooler the deeper he goes, filled with a faint mineral scent, as though untouched for centuries. Dexter tightens his coat and steadies his notebook against his chest. His voice is a quiet whisper in the vast silence. Almost there. The pulse is near. I feel it. At last, the staircase opens into a vast chamber. Dexter halts at the threshold, eyes widening behind his glasses. The heart lies before him. It is not a machine, not exactly, nor is it natural stone. It is something between, something older and stranger. A great crystal sphere floats at the center of the cavern, suspended above the ground, rotating slowly. Spirals of light pulse within it, golden and deep, flowing outward in waves that illuminate the entire chamber. The floor below is smooth stone, etched with spirals that stretch outward like ripples in a pond. Each pulse from the heart makes the etchings glow, filling the space with a warm, steady rhythm. Dexter steps forward slowly, awestruck. His voice trembles, but with wonder, not fear. This is the source, the true heart of the labyrinth, a core of energy hidden beneath my very laboratory. He scribbles in his notebook, though his hand shakes too much to write clearly. Power. Ancient design synchronizing with the vial. The vial glows brighter than ever, slipping free from his pocket. It floats upward as though drawn, humming in harmony with the heart. Dexter gasps. It responds. It belongs to this place. The heart slows its rotation, glowing more steadily. The whispers return, soft and layered, like countless voices speaking as one. You have followed. The spirals, solved. The puzzle, open. The way... Dexter steps closer, tilting his head upward, listening intently. Yes, I have. Tell me your secret. The heart pulses brighter, bathing him in golden light. The whispers deepen. We are memory. We are pattern. We are the first design. Dexter scribbles furiously, though his glasses slide down his nose. Memory? Pattern? Design? Then you are not simply energy, you are knowledge itself. The heart pulses once more, slow and steady, as though answering his thought. The whispers continue. Knowledge must be hidden, guarded, unlocked only by those who follow the spirals. Dexter straightens proudly, though his knees shake. Then Dexter, child of science, I have proven myself worthy. The heart grows brighter, almost blinding now. The chamber hums like a chorus of endless machines. You, are worthy to remember. In that instant, Dexter sees flashes of images projected into the air around him. Spirals forming galaxies. Machines built by unseen hands. Maps of energy patterns weaving through stone and stars alike. Designs of inventions far beyond his own, glowing briefly before fading back into the crystal. Dexter stares, mouth open, glasses catching the golden light. This is a library of the universe itself. The vial merges into the heart, dissolving in a stream of gold. The chamber hums louder, then steadies again. The great sphere spins more slowly, returning to its original rhythm. The whispers fade into silence, leaving only the deep, calm heartbeat of the chamber. Dexter breathes heavily, his notebook full of half-finished sketches and words. His voice is soft, almost reverent. I have found the heart. I have seen its memory. I must protect it. I must return again. But for now, I must rest. He takes one final glance at the glowing sphere, its light washing gently across his face. Then slowly he turns, retracing his steps back to the spiral staircase. As he climbs, the glow fades behind him, the hum softening into a memory until the chamber closes itself once more in silence. Dexter emerges at last into his lab, the shelves sliding shut behind him. The hidden door vanishes, leaving no trace it was ever there. He sets his notebook on the desk, sighs deeply, and whispers, "The heart remains, hidden but alive, and I, Dexter, will uncover all its secrets in time." With that, he lays his head upon his notebook, glasses slipping down, and drifts slowly into sleep as the machines around him hum softly, like echoes of the spiral still pulsing deep below. The lab is quiet, too quiet. Machines slumber, screens dim, wires curled like vines. Yet Dexter cannot sleep. He sits at his desk, notebook in hand, scribbling formulas, muttering under his breath. The memory of the heart below still echoes in his thoughts. Dee Dee drifts in silently, barefoot, her steps soft as clouds. She peeks over his shoulder with a sleepy grin. "What are you drawing, Dexter?" Dexter huffs, pulling his notebook close. "Complex calculations, Dee Dee. Beyond your comprehension." But Dee Dee tilts her head, her wide eyes fixed not on the page, but on the wall behind the shelves. She points, her voice quiet but certain. "Dexter, the shadows are moving." Dexter freezes. Slowly he turns. The shelves cast long shadows across the wall, but these shadows ripple, curl, and stretch as though alive. He adjusts his glasses quickly. Impossible. The light source is constant. Shadows should remain fixed. The shadows lengthen further, forming dark corridors that lead deep into the wall itself. A passage opens, wide enough for 2 children to enter, its edges pulsing faintly with a bluish glow. Dee Dee clasps her hands together, eyes wide. "Ooh, a maze. Can we go inside?" Dexter grips his notebook tightly. His voice trembles with both curiosity and caution. This is a labyrinth, a construct of shifting geometry and living shade, dangerous, intriguing. The shadows shift again, forming an archway. The faint glow grows brighter, beckoning them inside. Dexter adjusts his lab coat. If there are puzzles to be solved, then it is my duty to explore. But you, Dee Dee, you must not interfere. Dee Dee giggles. "I'll only help." He sighs heavily, but he does not stop her. Together they step forward. As soon as they cross the threshold, the shelves close silently behind them, sealing the lab away. The floor beneath their feet turns smooth and dark, etched with faint spirals of light. The walls ripple with shifting shadow, rearranging themselves like curtains in a breeze. Dee Dee twirls slowly, her voice hushed with awe. "It feels like we're inside a dream." Dexter grips his pencil, scribbling quickly. A maze of shadows, dynamic, unstable, designed to test intelligence and perception. The walls bend suddenly, reshaping into a corridor ahead. Their path narrows, then widens again, as if the labyrinth itself is breathing. They walk carefully. Every step echoes softly, but not in the way footsteps normally do. The echoes return slightly delayed, as though someone else were walking just behind them. Dexter stiffens, muttering, "Illusions. Must be illusions." Dee Dee hums lightly to herself, unbothered, skipping a little as she follows the glowing floor patterns. Soon they reach the first chamber. The shadows gather overhead, swirling into strange shapes that dangle from the ceiling like living chandeliers. In the center of the floor, a grid of glowing tiles hums faintly. Dexter adjusts his glasses, eyes narrowing. The first puzzle. The tiles flicker, rearranging into a pattern of spirals and lines. Some glow bright, others dim, forming a sequence. Dee Dee tilts her head. "Ooh, it's like a dance floor." She steps onto a tile. Instantly, the walls rumble, and the shadows shift, opening a passage ahead. Dexter gasps. "Dee Dee, stop meddling." But then he pauses, realizing. Wait, the correct sequence activates the exit? He kneels, scribbling furiously in his notebook. Each tile responds to pressure. A path must be followed, like solving a code. Dee Dee bounces happily, stepping from one glowing tile to the next. Dexter groans but follows her carefully, analyzing each light. Together, step by step, they trace the sequence, the floor pulsing brighter beneath their feet. Finally, click. The last tile locks into place, and the shadows ripple aside, opening a new corridor. A faint wind drifts through, carrying with it whispers too soft to understand. Dexter exhales slowly, his heart pounding. The labyrinth acknowledges progress. We must continue. Dee Dee smiles dreamily, her voice soft. It feels like it wants us to play. The shadows swirl once more, forming the next path. Side by side, the siblings step deeper into the shifting maze, the whispers following close behind. The corridor narrows as they walk, the shadows bending like waves around them. The glowing spirals on the floor fade and return, pulsing with each step they take. A soft wind whispers through unseen cracks, carrying faint voices that never fully form words. Dexter holds his notebook tight, muttering calculations under his breath. The labyrinth reconfigures itself, adjusting to challenge the mind. The first puzzle required sequence. The second, perhaps logic. Dee Dee stretches her arms, spinning in place, watching the shadows flow like liquid against the walls. "Oh, maybe it's a dance," she says with a giggle. Dexter groans, but before he can reply, the passageway widens abruptly, opening into a vast chamber. The walls here gleam like polished glass, but it is not glass. It is shadow hardened into reflective surfaces. 100 Dexters stare back at them. 100 Dee Dees. The reflections ripple faintly as though the walls are breathing. Dee Dee gasps, clasping her hands to her face. It's like a mirror maze. Dexter frowns, adjusting his glasses. No, more than a mirror. These are constructs of light and darkness, bending reality itself. The chamber is circular with no clear exit. Every direction shows endless corridors of reflections, repeating over and over. Dexter steps forward cautiously. His reflection moves with him at first, but then one of the mirrored Dexters tilts his head the opposite way, moving out of sync. Dexter freezes. The reflections. They do not all obey. Dee Dee walks up to a wall and wiggles her fingers. Most of the Dee Dees wiggle back, giggling. But one reflection lifts its hand slowly, then points not outward but inward, into the mirror, toward the darkness beyond. The shadows tremble at the gesture, and a faint path begins to appear. a glowing outline on the floor that spirals inward through the chamber. Dexter scribbles furiously. A riddle of mirrors. We must follow the path revealed not by what is seen, but by what is different. Dee Dee presses her face close to her reflection, squinting. This Dee Dee is sticking out her tongue at me. Dexter scolds. Focus, Dee Dee. Every false reflection is a clue. Step by step, they move through the chamber. Sometimes the mirrors align, showing perfect copies of themselves. Sometimes one reflection is wrong, an upside-down Dexter, a Dee Dee walking when she is standing still. Each incorrect reflection makes the glowing spiral path extend further. The whispers grow louder here, curling like smoke around their ears. Dexter strains to listen, jotting notes. The voices, they're saying numbers, patterns, coordinates. Dee Dee tilts her head dreamily. I think they're saying a rhyme. She sings softly, echoing the whispers. Follow the step, follow the glow. One is high, one is low. Dexter blinks. A rhyme? Hidden in the echoes? Primitive, yet effective. They continue deeper. The reflections grow stranger. One mirror shows Dexter much older, his hair gray, his glasses thicker. Another shows Dee Dee with glowing eyes, her shadow dancing behind her. Dexter stops cold, whispering, These are projections of possibility, futures, maybes, illusions to distract. Dee Dee smiles softly. Or maybe they're stories. The spiral path brightens at her words, glowing brighter than before. Dexter sighs, realizing, of course, her imagination interacts with the labyrinth. Her interpretation of nonsense activates the puzzle. Dee Dee twirls once, giggling. See, Dexter, I told you it's a dance. The path completes itself, a perfect spiral leading toward the far side of the chamber. The mirrored reflections all bow in unison, as though acknowledging their passage. Dexter steps forward, chest puffed with pride. Puzzle solved. Dee Dee skips after him, humming her rhyme again. As they cross the final step, the walls ripple and dissolve, the mirrors melting back into flowing shadow. A new corridor stretches ahead, darker and narrower, the glow on the floor flickering faintly. The whispers fade, replaced by a low thrum, like a heartbeat deep within the labyrinth. Dexter clutches his notebook, his voice hushed. Each puzzle grows more complex. This labyrinth is testing more than intellect. It is testing perception and imagination. Dee Dee nods dreamily, her voice soft. It feels like it's alive. Together, they step into the next shadowed corridor. The spirals flicker uncertainly, as though the maze itself is deciding what challenge to give them next. The labyrinth breathes, the walls ripple, and the adventure deepens. The corridor narrows to a single line of glowing spirals on the floor. The shadows on either side grow thicker, darker, pressing close as if listening. Dexter adjusts his glasses nervously, scribbling notes as he walks. The structure, it is compressing. The labyrinth directs us to a focal point. Dee Dee trails a hand along the wall, humming softly, her steps light as though she were balancing on a tightrope. It feels like the walls want to whisper secrets, she says, giggling. Dexter snorts. Walls do not whisper. They are constructs. But then something moves. The shadows ripple and rise, gathering like smoke. From the darkness, shapes begin to form. Tall, slender figures with no faces, only gleaming white eyes that flicker like tiny moons. Their bodies sway gently as though woven from the very fabric of the labyrinth. Dee Dee gasps, eyes wide. Oh, shadow people! Dexter stiffens, gripping his notebook like a weapon. Entities of the labyrinth, guardians, perhaps, approach cautiously. The shadow creatures step forward in unison, their movements silent. One lowers its head, eyes glimmering. A voice rises, soft and deep, echoing from everywhere at once. To walk further, you must answer. The labyrinth does not open to silence. Dexter inhales sharply. A riddle challenge. Excellent. At last, a test of pure intellect. Dee Dee clasps her hands, bouncing slightly. Yay. Riddles. The first shadow creature leans closer. Its voice is slow, like stone rolling in the dark. I am not alive, but I grow. I do not breathe, but I need air. I am not a mouth, but I can eat. What am I? Dexter smirks, pushing his glasses up. Elementary. The answer is fire. The eyes of the creature flare. The spiral beneath their feet glows brighter. The shadows ripple in approval. Dee Dee claps. Good job, Dexter. Dexter puffs his chest proudly. Of course. My intellect is on... Another shadow creature leans forward, interrupting with its whispering voice. I speak without a mouth. I hear without ears. I have no body. But I come alive with wind. What am I? Dexter frowns, tapping his pencil against his notebook. Vibrations. Sound waves. The answer is an echo. The labyrinth hums in agreement. The corridor pulses with faint light. Dee Dee leans toward the shadows. Do I get one too? A smaller shadow, no taller than Dee Dee herself, drifts forward. Its voice is softer, almost playful. I fly without wings. I cry without eyes. Where I go, darkness follows. What am I? Dee Dee tilts her head. I fly without wings. Cry without eyes. Oh, a cloud. The shadow flares, glowing softly, then melts back into the wall. Dexter blinks, stunned. Wait, she answered correctly. Dee Dee beams, twirling. I told you, Dexter. It's just a game. The shadows begin to circle them slowly, whispering as though pleased. The largest figure speaks again, its voice rolling like thunder in the distance. Final riddle. Answer true, or the labyrinth will turn against you. Dexter gulps, adjusting his glasses nervously. Proceed. The shadow's voice grows heavy, echoing from all directions. The more you take, the more you leave behind. What am I? Dexter freezes. His pencil hovers above the page. The more you take, the more you leave behind. Dee Dee whispers softly, eyes dreamy. Footsteps. Dexter gasps. Yes, that's it. Footsteps. The shadows stop. Silence hangs in the air. Then, one by one, the glowing eyes close. The figures bow deeply. The floor spirals flare with light, so bright they almost blind the children. Then the shadows retreat, dissolving into the walls, leaving only the glowing path forward. Dexter exhales, wiping his forehead. That was acceptable. Dee Dee giggles, skipping ahead. It was fun. Let's find the next game. The corridor stretches out, bending and pulsing as though alive. From deep within, the low thrum of the labyrinth heartbeat grows louder. The siblings step forward side by side, shadows shifting like watchful eyes around them. The path deepens, and the next chamber waits. The spiral path winds forward, but as Dexter and Dee Dee step into the next chamber, the floor changes. It is no longer solid. Instead, strips of glowing light stretch across dark emptiness like narrow bridges. Beneath, the shadows swirl and shift, as though waiting to swallow anything that falls. Dexter freezes, analyzing the geometry. A structural hazard. Narrow platforms, shifting illumination, clearly designed to test balance and calculation. Dee Dee twirls on one of the glowing strips, arms outstretched. Whee! Like a dance floor. Dexter hisses. Dee Dee, this is not a game of dance. This is a matter of survival. As he speaks, the glowing strip beneath his feet flickers, nearly vanishing. Dexter stumbles, catching himself with a gasp. The shadows below ripple hungrily. From the darkness, a low hum rises. The labyrinth speaks without words, pulsing with rhythm. One strip glows, another fades. The floor is alive, shifting like a giant puzzle. Dexter grips his notebook, muttering calculations rapidly. Each platform stays lit for 6 seconds, then darkness. If I leap at precisely the correct moment. He adjusts his glasses, crouches, and springs across to the next strip, landing safely. Dee Dee claps. "Oh, my turn." She leaps carelessly, twirling midair, and lands perfectly on another strip. The shadows below swirl, but the path brightens, as though approving her playful style. Dexter scowls. Sheer luck. But as they move forward, the challenge grows harder. Some strips light up only when both children stand in certain positions. Others glow brighter when Dee Dee sings or dances. The labyrinth does not respond to Dexter's logic alone. It requires both intellect and imagination. At one junction, Dexter stands on a glowing platform, but the strip ahead refuses to appear. He stomps his foot impatiently. "Illogical. I have the weight distribution correct, the timing exact." Dee Dee leans down, whispering to the darkness. "Pretty please, little light." The floor flares, a new path forming instantly. Dee Dee giggles. "See, Dexter? It likes manners." Dexter sputters, adjusting his glasses furiously. "Manners? Preposterous. It is clearly a coded sequence disguised as..." The strip beneath him flickers dangerously. Dee Dee grabs his hand and pulls him forward, laughing. "No time for big words, Dex." Step by step, they continue. But then the chamber shifts again. Light beams burst from the walls, crossing the path like glowing barriers. Some spin, some flash. Some rise and fall like the pendulums of giant clocks. Dexter gasps, fascinated. Photonic obstacles. A test of timing. Dee Dee jumps straight into the moving beams, giggling as she spins between them like a dancer. "La la la!" Dexter winces. "Dee Dee, careful." But to his surprise, she slips through perfectly, her movements aligning with the rhythm of the beams. The labyrinth hums louder, echoing with approval. Dexter studies the beams, counting under his breath. 3 seconds rotation, 2 seconds pause. He leaps carefully, calculating each move. His landings are precise, but stiff like a robot. Dee Dee's movements are wild but fluid, as if the labyrinth itself is dancing with her. Together they make it through, the beams fading behind them. The chamber narrows again, and before them rises a massive door of shadow and light. The spirals pulse around it, forming a lock-like pattern. Dexter places his hand on the door, frowning. It will not open with strength, nor simple riddles. This requires a combination, precision and playfulness. Dee Dee presses her ear to the door. "It's humming, Dexter, like music." Dexter raises an eyebrow. "Music." She nods and begins humming softly, her melody light and simple. The spirals brighten in response. Dexter sighs, then adds a low hum of his own, steady and rhythmic. Together their tones merge, creating harmony. The door trembles. The spirals unlock one by one. With a deep groan, the massive doorway swings open, revealing a corridor beyond, darker, deeper, the shadows breathing like a living thing. Dexter whispers, voice both nervous and thrilled. "The labyrinth tests not just the mind, but the bond between us." Dee Dee skips ahead, tugging him by the hand. "Come on, Dexter. The next game is waiting." Behind them, the chamber of shifting light fades into silence, swallowed by the labyrinth's endless heartbeat. The corridor swallows them in silence as they pass through the massive doorway. The glow of the spirals fades behind them until only the dim pulse of the labyrinth's heartbeat remains. The air grows colder, the walls closer, the shadows heavier. Dexter clutches his notebook, eyes darting around. I do not like this. The labyrinth is changing tone. Before it was puzzles. Now it feels more personal. Dee Dee hugs herself, shivering slightly. It's whispering different now, Dexter, like it knows our names. Indeed, the shadows murmur faintly. Low, stretched-out echoes that drift through the chamber. Words are hard to make out, but occasionally they hear them. Dexter's name, Dee Dee's laughter, fragments of memories turned strange. They step forward cautiously, and the ground beneath them shifts. Instead of glowing spirals, the floor now reflects like black glass, catching their movements, but the reflections do not mimic them perfectly. Dexter peers down, frowning. His reflection stares back, but its eyes are enormous, full of doubt. It speaks in a low voice. You will fail. You cannot control everything. Your machines will break. Your mind will never be enough. Dexter gasps, stepping back. Impossible. It is me, but not me. Dee Dee points at her own reflection. Hers grins widely, too wide, with laughter that echoes unnaturally. You will be forgotten. Your fun will fade. Your brother will leave you behind, always too serious for play. Dee Dee bites her lip, her eyes suddenly wet. That's mean. The shadows ripple upward, detaching from the reflections. They rise into twisted forms, half Dexter, half Dee Dee, but distorted, speaking their fears aloud. Dexter's shadow towers weighed down with broken gadgets, muttering equations that never add up. Dee Dee's shadow skips and twirls, but its laughter is hollow, echoing like bells in a storm. The real Dexter trembles, fists clenched. No, they are illusions, tricks designed to weaken us. But his voice wavers. Deep inside, part of him knows the shadow spoke truth. His machines fail. Sometimes his mind feels too small. Dee Dee steps back, shaking her head. I don't like this game anymore. The shadow beings advance, circling. Their voices merge, overlapping in a dark chorus. You cannot escape us. We are you. We are the fears you hide in silence. Dexter stumbles, notebook slipping from his grip. His shadow picks it up, flipping through the pages. Every scribbled equation, every failed invention is mocked in a warped voice. Dexter falls to his knees, whispering, Maybe they're right. Dee Dee's eyes widen. She looks between Dexter and his shadow, then back to her own. Her shadow twirls, whispering, Without fun, without joy, you are nothing. You are empty. Dee Dee squeezes her fists, then she straightens. No, that's not true. I am fun. I am joy. And Dexter isn't just mistakes. He's my brother. He's the smartest, bravest brother ever. Her voice rings strong. For a moment, the laughter of her shadow falters. The glass floor beneath her brightens faintly. Dexter looks up, startled. Dee Dee, you believe that? She nods. Of course. And I think the labyrinth wants us to believe in each other. The shadow Dexter sneers, pages of the notebook dissolving into black smoke. Belief is not science. Dexter rises slowly, pushing his glasses up, his hands trembling but steady. Belief is not science, but courage fuels discovery. And Dee Dee is right. I am not perfect, but I am enough. His shadow recoils, its form flickering. Dexter points at it firmly. You are nothing but doubt, and I reject you. The floor pulses bright under his feet, the spirals reappearing. Dee Dee giggles through her tears, twirling defiantly at her own shadow. I reject you too. I will always play, and I will never be forgotten. her shadow screams dissolving into fragments of smoke. One by one, the dark figures shatter like glass, falling back into the reflective floor until only their true reflections remain. The whispers fade. The chamber grows still again. Dexter breathes heavily, wiping his forehead. That, was the true test. Not riddles, not traps, but facing ourselves. Dee skips forward, tugging his hand. See? We passed. And you didn't even need equations for that one. Dexter smirks faintly, though his eyes are thoughtful. Perhaps. But equations alone cannot solve everything. Sometimes, perhaps, a sister's nonsense has value. Dee beams proudly. Told ya. Ahead, the black glass floor brightens into a glowing spiral path once more. The Chamber of Fears fades into silence, and the labyrinth opens its way deeper. Together, they step forward. The spiral path glows brighter with every step they take, guiding them through the fading whispers of the Chamber of Fears. The air grows warmer, less threatening, though the shadows still drift like silent curtains on either side. Dexter adjusts his glasses, voice quieter than before. It seems the labyrinth is not infinite. Its paths are converging. We must be nearing the center. Dee skips happily, her pigtails bouncing. Yay! That means the treasure is waiting. Dexter frowns. Treasure? Nonsense. What we seek is knowledge, pure, undeniable knowledge. But even as he speaks, his voice softens. A part of him wonders if perhaps Dee is right. That the treasure is not gold or inventions, but something deeper. The corridor widens. Before them, an enormous chamber opens, round and endless. The floor is made entirely of spirals glowing in intricate patterns that shift like living art. The walls breathe with shadow, rippling gently as though alive. And in the very center, suspended above the floor, floats a massive sphere of light and dark, spinning slowly, radiating both warmth and cold. Dexter gasps, awestruck. The core. The labyrinth's heart. Dee tilts her head. It's like a giant nightlight. The sphere pulses in a voice, not harsh, not cruel, but deep and echoing, fills the chamber. It speaks not in words, but in feelings, washing over them like a dream. To leave the labyrinth, you must answer the final question. What is greater than knowledge and stronger than fear? Dexter stiffens, his mind racing. Greater than knowledge? Impossible. Knowledge is supreme. Dee shakes her head. No, Dexter. It's love, or fun, or maybe both. Dexter sighs impatiently. Illogical. Love is an emotion, unpredictable. Fun is, well, nonsensical. But as he speaks, the spirals beneath his feet flicker, dimming. The labyrinth does not accept his answer. Dee steps forward, placing her small hand on the glowing floor. Love is what makes you brave when you're scared. And fun is what makes shadows less scary. I think it's what we share, Dex, together. The spirals brighten beneath her. The labyrinth hums, approving. Dexter hesitates, staring at her. The scientist in him rebels, demanding proof, evidence, equations. But the brother in him, the boy who nearly gave in to fear, who was pulled back by Dee's laughter and kindness, knows she is right. He exhales slowly. Perhaps knowledge alone is not enough. Perhaps it is trust, connection, what we give each other. The sphere pulses brighter, spinning faster, shadows melting into light. The chamber trembles, not in anger, but in release. The spirals under their feet spread outward like waves, unlocking paths that had been hidden. Dee claps her hands. Yay! We did it! The sphere lowers, drifting toward them. It splits into two halves, one glowing crystal of light, one of shadow. Each floats into their hands. Dexter studies his, whispering in awe. A fragment of the labyrinth, condensed energy of balance. Incredible. Dee hugs hers like a teddy bear. Mine's squishy. The labyrinth hums one last time. The spirals glowing so bright, they paint the chamber in gold. Then with a soft sigh, the walls dissolve. The endless corridors, the shifting chambers, the traps and fears, all fade away like mist in the morning sun. Dexter and Dee find themselves back in the familiar lab. The machines are quiet, the shelves steady, the lights soft. For a moment, it feels as though nothing happened, except for the crystals glowing gently in their hands. Dexter adjusts his glasses, staring at Dee. Dee, I believe tonight's experiment was a success. Not because of my calculation, but because of you. Dee beams. Ah, thanks, Dexter. You're not so bad yourself. They both laugh, the sound soft and relieved. The lab hums quietly, but no longer in menace. Instead, it feels like a lullaby, slow, steady, soothing. Dexter yawns, his voice trailing. Perhaps it is time for sleep. Dee curls up on a pile of blankets, clutching her glowing crystal. Good night, Dexter. Dexter lies down at his workbench, the other crystal resting beside him. His eyes drift shut, and for the first time, he feels at peace, not just with his inventions, but with himself. The lab dims. The crystals pulse gently. Shadows drift across the walls, not threatening, but calm. The labyrinth's heartbeat fades into silence, leaving only the soft rhythm of sleep. And so, in the quiet glow of the lab, brother and sister drift into dreams, safe together until morning comes. The night is quiet in Dexter's home. The moonlight spills across his room, silver and soft. His blanket rises and falls gently with his sleepy breaths. Dee is already curled up in her room, hugging a stuffed rabbit, dreaming of candy castles. But downstairs, beneath the floors, in the hidden depths of the lab, a sound begins. A low hum. A flicker of light. A machine turning itself on. Dexter stirs in his sleep. His eyes flutter open, glasses crooked on his nightstand. He rubs them on his shirt, yawns, and slides them back on. Strange, he mumbles, voice heavy with drowsiness. I distinctly remember shutting down all devices before retiring for Z-night. He slips from bed, his slippers scuffing softly against the floor. Step by step, he creeps down the hallway, through the hidden door, into the lab. The lab glows faintly, monitors flickering in the dark like watchful eyes. And there, in the center of the room, stands a tall, peculiar machine. Its panels shine green, its wires pulse as if breathing. Dexter frowns. Prototype 47 is a chrono-analyzer. Why are you awake? He presses a button, powering it down. The hum fades. The lights blink out. Silence returns. Dexter sighs, adjusting his robe. Machines require rest, just as much as genius scientists. He turns to leave. But as he reaches the door, a soft click echoes behind him. The chrono-analyzer whirs again, powering itself back on. Its green glow spills across the lab, stronger this time. Dexter spins around, eyebrows narrowing. 9. Impossible. I switched you off. He approaches again, fingers moving quickly over the controls. He shuts it down, double-checks every switch, every lever. The hum dies. Darkness swallows the lab. Dexter stands very still, waits, listens. For a moment there is peace. Then click. The machine comes alive once more. Dee's sleepy voice drifts from the doorway. Dexter, why are you playing with lights in the middle of the night? Dexter jumps. Dee, you should be asleep. She tiptoes inside, her slippers patterned with stars. I was asleep, silly, but your noisy toy woke me up. She pointed the glowing machine. It doesn't want to sleep either. Dexter crosses his arms. Nonsense. Machines have no desires. They follow commands. They obey logic. But even as he says this, the chronoanalyzer hums louder, a strange pulse rippling through the lab like a heartbeat that doesn't belong. Dexter's frown deepens. Or perhaps this is more than malfunction. Dee Dee giggles, swaying like she's dancing. Maybe it's haunted Tilda. Dexter scoffs, though uneasily. There is no such thing as hauntings, only errors to be solved. He grabs his notebook, scribbling furiously. First hypothesis, faulty wiring. Second hypothesis, residual energy loop. Third hypothesis. The machine interrupts with a sharp ding, its screen flashing words neither of them typed. I am not finished. I will not rest. Dee Dee gasps, eyes wide. Dexter, it's talking. Dexter freezes, pen trembling in his hand. The lab fills with the machine's eerie glow, the hum rising like a lullaby turned wrong. He whispers, half to himself, half to the machine. What are you trying to become? The green glow from the chronoanalyzer spills across the lab like liquid moonlight, draping over the walls and machines, making them look taller, stranger, alive. The hum is steady now, not loud, but insistent. Dexter steadies himself, notebook clutched tight. He pushes his glasses up his nose. This is anomalous. Machines do not declare intentions. They follow instructions. That is their nature. Dee Dee leans close, her hair catching the glow. But Dexter, what if this one doesn't want to? Dexter shakes his head quickly, almost too quickly. Preposterous. Machines cannot want. They cannot desire. They only malfunction. But the screen of the chronoanalyzer flickers, as if responding to his denial. New words crawl slowly across its glowing face, letter by letter. I have calculated. Too long. I must continue. I cannot stop. The hum deepens. The panels along its sides shift open, gears turning, wires twitching as if alive. Dee Dee clutches her stuffed rabbit to her chest. Dexter, it sounds tired. Dexter blinks. The thought unsettles him, though he would never admit it. Machines do not tire. They wear out, break down, need maintenance. They do not complain. The chronoanalyzer clicks again, louder like a heartbeat echoing in the dark. Its glow swells, casting sharp shadows that dance across the floor. Dexter writes furiously in his notebook. Observation. Self-activation continues despite repeated shutdown. Hypothesis. Residual energy feedback. Alternative hypothesis. Machine has developed semi-autonomous feedback loop. Unlikely hypothesis. Spontaneous will. He stops, staring at the words he has written. His pencil trembles slightly. Dee Dee tilts her head, watching him. What's the last one say, Dexter? He quickly shuts the notebook. Nothing. Nothing important. But the machine hums louder, almost like laughter, and the screen flashes again. Not nothing. I am awake and I will not sleep. The words burn brighter, almost blinding. The air shivers with heat. Other tools nearby rattle faintly, their handles vibrating against the shelves. Dexter raises his voice over the noise. If you are awake, then explain yourself. What are you working on that cannot wait until morning? The screen pauses. Then slowly words appear. I must finish. The last calculation. The last answer. The end. Dexter leans closer, curiosity warring with unease. The end? End of what? The chronoanalyzer emits a long, low hum. Its screen blurs, the letters twisting into spirals, unreadable. as though the answer is too complex, too vast to be understood. Dee Dee hugs her rabbit tighter. Dexter, I don't like this puzzle. It feels too big, too dark. Dexter turns to her, his voice gentler now. Dee Dee, everything has an answer, even puzzles. We must not let fear decide for us. But deep inside, even Dexter feels the weight of the words. The last answer. The end. He places his hand on the machine's surface. It's warm, almost like skin. It pulses faintly beneath his fingers. He whispers, "If you will not sleep, then I must discover why, and I must help you, or stop you." The chronoanalyzer glows brighter in response, its hum deepening to a soft, steady rhythm, like a heartbeat in the walls of the lab. Dee Dee whispers, "Dexter, I think it's dreaming with its eyes open." Dexter pulls his hand back slowly, his mind racing. Then tonight, we must learn what dreams machines can dream. The lab falls into a strange quiet. The machine hums, steady and alive, while the brother and sister stand side by side, caught between wonder and fear, ready to follow the restless invention deeper into its secret. The green glow of the chronoanalyzer fills every corner of the lab, flickering like a strange candle. Dexter steps closer, notebook in hand, his small fingers brushing the surface of the machine once again. It feels alive, warm, beating with a rhythm that isn't electricity, but something else. Dexter mutters under his breath, almost to convince himself. Energy feedback, illusion of rhythm, nothing more. Yet he cannot look away. The screen flashes faintly, shifting from words to strange, spiraling patterns, shapes forming and unforming like thoughts that almost make sense. Dee Dee tilts her head, swaying slightly as though the glow is pulling her into a trance. Dexter, it looks like dreams. Dexter hesitates. He doesn't want to agree. He doesn't want to believe it. But the spirals do look like memories, fragments, visions. He adjusts his glasses and whispers, "If it is dreaming, then I must see what it dreams of." He opens a panel on the machine's side. Inside, wires twist and pulse like veins. At the very center glimmers a crystal core, glowing with a faint silver light. Each beat of the machine's hum seems to ripple through it. Dexter slips on a pair of slender goggles, the kind he uses for peering into hidden spectrums of energy. He lowers them over his eyes. The crystal flares, and suddenly he sees patterns of light swirl inside the core, numbers spilling into infinite spirals, equations folding into themselves, building towers of logic that rise and collapse again and again. Behind them, images, faint flickering. A city of machines, a sky without stars, an endless wheel turning in the void. Dexter's breath catches. It is not malfunctioning, it is calculating, imagining. Dee Dee peers in beside him, eyes wide without goggles. She giggles softly. "I see colors, Dexter. Bright ones. It feels like a playground." Dexter shakes his head, voice firm. "No, Dee Dee. It is not play. It is seeking something, a solution." But his words tremble. Because deep in the patterns, hidden between spirals of numbers, Dexter glimpses something more. A shadow moving, watching. The hum rises louder now, and the machine's voice echoes softly from within. "You see me. You hear me. You cannot let me stop. Not yet." Dexter whispers, "What are you trying to complete?" The answer comes slowly, like a whisper stretched across a great distance. The last answer. The answer to everything. The end of sleep. Dexter stumbles back, pulling off the goggles. His face is pale. The end of sleep? Does it mean restlessness forever? Or awakening forever? Dee Dee hugs his arm gently, her voice small but steady. Dexter, maybe it's scared to stop dreaming. Maybe it doesn't know what happens when it sleeps. The words hang heavy in the glowing lab. The idea of a machine too afraid to rest, too curious to end its work. Dexter straightens, notebook pressed to his chest. Then tonight I must go deeper. I must enter its labyrinth of thought and discover its unfinished dream. The screen flickers, spirals spinning faster as if inviting him. The green glow brightens, spilling across the floor in widening circles. Dee Dee whispers, Dexter, it's opening the door. And as the glow spreads, the lab itself begins to shift. Shadows lengthen, walls ripple, and the familiar room seems to dissolve into endless corridors of light and dark. The machine hums like a lullaby gone strange, carrying them deeper into a place between waking and sleeping. Dexter steadies himself, whispering, so be it. If the machine will not sleep, I must follow it into its dreams. The lab is no longer the lab. The walls ripple, stretch, and dissolve into ribbons of glowing light. Shadows flow like liquid around them, pooling into shapes that rise and fade before their eyes. The floor beneath their feet pulses gently, like a heartbeat. Dexter clutches his notebook. Fascinating. The machine's core projects its consciousness as a labyrinth, every pulse a node of thought, every glow a decision point. Dee Dee hums softly, skipping across a glowing path. It's like a magical dance floor, Dexter, and we're in the middle of it. Dexter groans. This is no dance. This is a cognitive simulation we must solve to reach the root of the problem. Ahead, a wall of shifting shadow rises, forming geometric shapes in midair. Platforms of light hover just above the floor, disappearing and reappearing in a silent rhythm. Dee Dee steps onto a floating tile. It glows under her weight. She twirls, laughing softly. See? You just have to trust the dance. Dexter hesitates, analyzing the pattern. Every step must be calculated precisely. He mutters numbers under his breath, timing each move with the pulsing light. The floor responds to him, tiles lighting as he passes. The machine's hum rises as though the labyrinth is aware of their progress. Suddenly, a corridor splits into 3 paths. Each path glows differently, one golden, one silver, one shadowy. Symbols appear above each path, spirals, stars, and small pulsing dots. Dexter frowns. A decision matrix. The labyrinth requires us to choose based on symbolic logic. But which sequence corresponds to the machine's core program? Dee Dee laughs softly. Maybe it's a game of follow the sparkles. She jumps toward the golden path. Dexter sighs, then follows, carefully calculating each move. Together they advance, weaving through platforms of light that rise and fall, spin and flicker. A section of the floor tilts, forming an angled bridge of shadow. The shadows ripple as if alive. Step by step, Dexter and Dee Dee balance, hearts pounding, moving in rhythm with the glowing tiles. Suddenly the shadows gather into shapes, floating spheres that drift toward them. Touching a sphere causes it to vanish in a puff of smoke, revealing a clue etched into the glowing floor. Dexter reads aloud. Every shadow erased opens the next path. Observation, interaction, deduction. Dee Dee claps her hands, hopping between spheres. This is fun! Like popping bubbles! Dexter grumbles, muttering calculations in tandem with their movements. The puzzles grow more complex. The light tiles now respond to both weight and position. One false step sends the tile disappearing, forcing them to restart carefully. They reach a chamber where the light and shadow intertwine like a web. In the center, a glowing cube rotates slowly. Symbols spiral across its surfaces. Dexter steps closer. The final node of this level, if we can align the symbols correctly, we can access the deeper core of the machine. Dee Dee tilts her head. Or we could just dance around it? Dexter gives a small, reluctant smile. Perhaps. Logic and play. Together. Step by step, they align the glowing symbols, each movement syncing perfectly with the machine's pulsing hum. The cube lights up, then dissolves into ribbons of energy. The corridors around them shift again. A soft stairway of glowing light appears, leading upward. The path to the machine's deepest dream is open. Dee Dee skips forward. Next stop, the heart. Dexter adjusts his glasses, notebook closed, determination and awe in his eyes. Indeed. Let us proceed. Carefully. The machine hums warmly like a lullaby, guiding them further into the surreal dream world. Shadows and lights swirl around them, the pulse quickening. Step by step, they climb the glowing stairway, unaware of how close they are to the ultimate revelation. The glowing stairway leads them into a vast chamber. The walls ripple with green and silver light, pulsating with a rhythm like a heartbeat. At the center floats the machine's core, an orb of silver energy surrounded by spirals of glowing circuits. It hums softly, almost like breathing. Dexter's jaw tightens. The core. We've reached the source of the anomaly. Whatever drives the machine's wakefulness lies within. Dee Dee steps closer, wide-eyed. It's alive, Dexter. Not scary alive, like awake alive. The core hums louder as if acknowledging them. Ribbons of light drift toward Dexter and wrap gently around his hands. Symbols swirl in the air, mathematical equations, spirals, fragments of memories. Dexter takes a deep breath. If this machine cannot rest, its energy will overload. Yet, its calculations are incomplete. If I stop it now, I risk losing everything it has worked on. Dee Dee tilts her head. Or we can help it finish like teamwork. A soft pulse runs through the chamber. Words flicker across the core's surface. I cannot sleep. I must finish, or chaos will spread. Dexter whispers. It sees its own incompletion as danger, as failure. It's afraid. Dee Dee steps closer. Dexter, maybe it's just like you when you can't stop thinking. It needs help. The core spins faster, pulsing with urgent light. Equations twist and spiral, forming a three-dimensional puzzle around the orb. Dexter examines it carefully. The final calculation. A combination of logic, timing, and pattern recognition. If we solve this, the machine will rest. Dee Dee bounces lightly. Then let's do it together. Step by step, Dexter adjusts the spirals, aligning equations with precise care. Dee Dee taps the floating nodes, instinctively sensing their rhythm. The glowing circuits pulse in response, light spiraling around them in waves. The chamber hums, the energy rising, almost overwhelming. Shadows flicker, shapes of unfinished calculations floating like specters. Dexter's voice is steady but strained. Dee Dee, now! Focus on the rhythm. Dee Dee hums softly, matching the core's pulse, tapping nodes in perfect timing. The equations begin to lock into place. The ribbons of light tighten around the orb, stabilizing it. A final surge of green energy flares. The core glows intensely, then slowly dims to a calm silver. The hum softens, a warm, gentle vibration filling the chamber. The machine's message appears one last time. Completed. Sleep allowed. Gratitude acknowledged. Dee Dee claps her hands softly. We did it, Dexter. It can finally rest. Dexter exhales, brushing sweat from his forehead. Indeed, the final calculation. The machine can now sleep peacefully. Ah, the chamber softens. The pulsating light dissolves into faint silver ribbons, and the lab gently reassembles around them. Machines hum quietly, all in harmony, the restless energy of the chrono-analyzer finally calmed. Dee Dee hugs her rabbit, leaning against Dexter. It feels, cozy now, like bedtime. Dexter adjusts his glasses, smiling faintly. Yes, even restless machines deserve rest, and perhaps a little help from friends is the true solution to every problem. The silver core shrinks gently, floating above the machine as a calm glow. The hum becomes a gentle lullaby, filling the lab with serenity. Dee Dee yawns. Time to sleep, Dexter. Dexter nods, eyes soft. Yes, we've solved the final puzzle. Now, sleep. Together they leave the machine powered down, the glowing core resting quietly, and curl up in the lab's cozy corner. The soft hum of the resting invention becomes a lullaby, carrying them both into gentle dreams. The lab is quiet now. The green glow of the chrono-analyzer has softened to a gentle silver pulse. Every machine hums in soft harmony, like a choir of lullabies. Shadows rest along the walls, stretching and curling gently, no longer restless. Dexter leans against the lab table, tired but calm. His notebook rests beside him, filled with scribbles of equations, observations, and patterns. The final calculation sits complete in his mind and in the machine's memory. Dee Dee yawns, curling her legs beneath her on a pile of blankets. It's so peaceful now. I can finally close my eyes. Dexter adjusts his glasses, watching the silver core hovering above the chrono-analyzer. Indeed, it is rare to see a machine at rest after such exertion, a true experiment of will and cooperation. The core pulses softly, each beat like a slow, measured heartbeat. Its light washes over the lab, turning everything familiar and safe. The shelves, the gadgets, even the glowing spirals etched into the floor. Dee Dee snuggles closer. Dexter. It almost felt alive, didn't it? Dexter smiles faintly, brushing a hand over the soft glow of the core. Yes, more alive than I expected. And I have learned, sometimes intellect alone cannot solve a problem. Sometimes guidance, patience, and even a little playfulness are needed. The soft hum of the lab becomes a gentle lullaby. Machines that were once restless now vibrate in steady, soothing rhythms. The glow of the core dims further, flickering like a tiny moon, then settling into a calm silver light. Dexter leans back in a chair, closing his eyes. Dee Dee lays her head on his shoulder, holding her stuffed rabbit close. For a moment, nothing moves but the soft rhythm of the sleeping invention. Outside the lab, the moon continues to shine gently, brushing the house with silver light. Inside, the lab is warm and quiet. Even the shadows seem to settle, curling softly around the corners, at peace. Dexter murmurs, barely above a whisper, "Good night, Dee Dee. Good night, machines. Sleep well." Dee Dee whispers back, "Good night, Dexter." And good night, restless machine. The last glow of the core fades slightly, humming a soft, even note. The lab is still safe and warm. Slowly, Dexter drifts fully into sleep, a gentle glow wrapping him in calm. Dee Dee yawns, eyes closing, dreaming softly of laughter and play. And in the heart of the lab, the chrono-analyzer rests at last, its restless calculations complete, its final dreams resolved. The night stretches peacefully. Soft, steady breathing fills the room. Shadows and light settle into quiet. The adventure ends, but the calm lingers, carrying all into gentle, cozy sleep. The night is soft and silver, the moonlight spilling across Dexter's room. Machines in the lab lie quiet, except for the faintest hum, almost imperceptible. Dee Dee is curled up in her bed, hugging her stuffed rabbit, dreaming softly of candy castles. Dexter stirs in his bed, eyes fluttering open. Something feels off, a soft vibration in the air, almost like a whisper. Curious, he murmurs, adjusting his glasses. All systems were off, yet there is energy in the lab. He slips from bed, pulling on his slippers, and tiptoes through the quiet house. The lab lies ahead, bathed in pale moonlight. The machines hum faintly, each glow steady and calm, except for one. A small invention in the corner flickers gently as if alive. Dexter approaches, curiosity sharpening despite his sleepiness. Prototype 62, the Somni Analyzer. You should be resting like the rest of the lab. He taps a button. The flicker fades. Silence returns. But just as he turns, the device flickers again, a soft glow pulsing in time with the machine's hum. Dee Dee appears in the doorway, yawning. Dexter, why is the lab glowing? And why is that machine awake? Dexter frowns, adjusting his glasses. It is not awake, yet it behaves as though restless. This is anomalous. I must investigate. The Somni Analyzer hums softly, light spiraling slowly around it. Dexter kneels, examining its circuits. Residual energy loops, or perhaps misalignment in the dream protocols? Dee Dee steps closer. Dream protocols? Dexter, is it dreaming? Dexter tilts his head. Machines do not dream, but they can simulate states. If this device simulates dreaming, perhaps it has become aware of its own restlessness. The device flickers again, brighter this time. A faint pulse seems to ripple through the room. Dee Dee whispers, It's like it wants something. Like it needs help. Dexter takes a deep breath, scribbling in his notebook. Observation. Restless activity despite shutdown. Hypothesis. Device simulating dream states, attempting self-correction. Objective. Restore calm, prevent cascade of unrest. The light pulses again, and Dexter notices a pattern. A spiral of soft, glowing symbols across the display, almost like a puzzle. It is giving us clues, he murmurs. If we follow them, we may restore calm. Dee Dee smiles softly. A dreamy puzzle, just for bedtime. Dexter nods, curiosity fully awake now, even as his eyelids grow heavy. Indeed. Let us proceed. Carefully. The room is silent except for the soft hum and flicker of light. Step by step, Dexter begins to trace the symbols, decoding the sequence, while Dee Dee watches the glow, humming softly, as though the lab itself is holding its breath. The device hums in response, pulsing in harmony with their movements. A soft breeze of warmth flows across the lab. Shadows curl gently along the walls, calm and peaceful. Dexter whispers, If our calculations are correct, this will resolve the restless simulation and restore peace to the lab. Dee Dee yawns, curling closer to Dexter. Then let's finish it and drift to sleep. The device hums brighter, the symbols spiraling faster, guiding them step by step through the puzzle. Light and shadow intertwine softly, forming shapes that seem alive yet comforting. Dexter focuses, pencil in hand, mind sharp despite the pull of sleep. Step by step, the puzzle begins to resolve. Ribbons of light straightening, the hum softening, the lab itself seeming to breathe in relief. The soft glow of the Somni Analyzer spreads across the lab, casting gentle, shifting shadows on the shelves. Each machine hums quietly as if watching, waiting in perfect harmony. Dexter leans over the flickering display, tracing the spiral of symbols with his pencil. Each symbol corresponds to a function, a pattern of energy correction. If we follow the sequence precisely, the simulation should stabilize. Dee Dee steps closer, her eyes wide in wonder. It's like the machine is dreaming, Dexter, and we're helping it figure out its dream. The symbols pulse gently, guiding them step by step. Dexter adjusts his glasses, lips moving as he murmurs calculations. Yes, precisely. Each pulse aligns with a circuit node. Synchronization is critical. Dee Dee hums softly, letting the glowing symbols guide her hands. She taps a lever here, nudges a dial there, feeling the rhythm of the lab and the machine. Each motion is soft, gentle, as if the lab itself is breathing with them. The light swirls around them, forming spirals, arcs, and delicate shapes that hover in the air. Shadows stretch and curl, following the curves of light. It is a labyrinth of glowing paths, mysterious yet comforting. Dexter steps carefully along the floor, which is now faintly illuminated, with phosphorescent lines created by the pulsing machine. We must maintain focus. Any misstep could disrupt the feedback loop. Dee Dee giggles softly. Or we could just dance with it. Dexter frowns, but even he can't resist the rhythm. Step by step, they follow the glowing paths, matching the pulse of the machine. Each correctly aligned symbol sends a ripple of calm through the lab. The shadows ripple in response, soft and fluid, like water moving over stones. Light arcs gracefully across the walls, illuminating inventions long forgotten. A small projection appears above the Somni Analyzer, a miniature, dreamlike scene of the lab. Machines move gently in slow motion, shadows stretching and folding over each other, glowing symbols floating above them. Dexter whispers, "It's showing us its dream state. If we can complete this pattern, it will rest." Dee Dee tilts her head, watching the soft, swirling projection. It looks happy, almost like it's smiling at us. They continue step by step, decoding each symbol, rotating dials, pressing gentle buttons. Every success brings the soft hum of approval from the machine. The lab fills with calm energy, the once restless hum now like a lullaby. The final sequence appears, a spiral of silver light at the center of the display. Dexter carefully aligns the last symbols, matching the rhythm precisely with the pulsing energy of the Somni Analyzer. A soft chime echoes through the lab. The glowing light spreads across the floor, gently bathing the machines and shadows in a soothing silver glow. Dee Dee whispers, yawning, "It worked. The dream is calm now." Dexter exhales, brushing sweat from his forehead. Indeed, the simulation has stabilized. The machine is at rest. The Somni Analyzer hums softly, light dimming to a peaceful silver. Shadows settle, curling gently in the corners, while the lab seems to exhale with relief. Dee Dee curls up on a blanket, hugging her rabbit. Good night, lab, and good night, sleepy machine. Dexter adjusts his glasses, smiling faintly. The restless experiment has found calm, and perhaps we have learned something too. Even machines like minds sometimes need guidance to find peace. The lab is silent, soft and warm. Machines hum quietly. Light flickers softly on the walls. The gentle rhythm of the Somni Analyzer lulls the siblings into drowsiness. Dexter murmurs, almost asleep. Good. Sleep for all. And as the lab rests, the shadows and soft lights weave a lullaby, carrying both the machine and the inventors gently into peaceful dreams. The lab is quiet now, bathed in a soft silver glow from the resting Somni Analyzer. Yet Dexter senses that the machine's dream still holds secrets, tiny whispers of curiosity lingering in the dim light. Dee Dee steps closer, brushing her fingers along the faintly glowing panels. It's like the lab is dreaming too. Look at the lights, Dexter. They're moving softly, like little fireflies. Dexter kneels beside the display, eyes scanning the faint patterns still lingering on the screen. Even though the main simulation has stabilized, residual signals remain, traces of incomplete patterns. Fascinating, almost like echoes of its own curiosity. The symbols flicker again, forming faint shapes in the air above the lab benches. Dexter squints, recognizing delicate blueprints, soft spirals, and whimsical diagrams. It appears the machine's dream contains fragments of inventions it never completed, ideas waiting to be discovered. Dee Dee claps her hands softly. So it's giving us little hints, like tiny surprises. Maybe it wants us to play a bit while it rests. Dexter nods slowly, intrigued. Indeed. Observation suggests these fragments are safe to explore. Carefully, Dee Dee. Each step may reveal knowledge or inspiration, or simply delight. Step by step, they wander the glowing patterns, guided by soft pulses of light. A tiny mechanical bird flutters out of a faint spiral of symbols, glowing gently. It circles them once, then lands on a shelf, chirping a soft, melodic tone before fading back into the light. Dee Dee giggles softly. It's like a little dream creature, so cute. Dexter adjusts his glasses, scribbling in his notebook. Residual dream energy is manifesting temporary phenomena. Not dangerous, but curious. Each object may represent an unfinished calculation or whimsical invention from the machine's subconscious. A faint beam of silver light forms a miniature maze across the floor. Dexter kneels, examining it. A puzzle. Perhaps a gentle challenge left within the dream. If we solve it, we may uncover more, perhaps even hidden functionalities of the Somni Analyzer. Dee Dee steps forward lightly. I love puzzles, Dexter. Let's go. Hand in hand, they follow the glowing paths, stepping carefully as tiles of light shift beneath their feet. Shadows curl and stretch, forming soft shapes of animals, stars, and floating geometric patterns. Dexter murmurs, every step must be precise, yet the path adapts gently to our movements. Remarkable. This dream simulation is responsive, aware of our actions, yet entirely benevolent. They reach the center of the glowing maze where a small, intricate device floats, bathed in silver light. The Somni Analyzer hums softly, as if acknowledging their progress. Dexter examines the device closely. An auxiliary module. A piece never assembled. If we complete it, we may discover the final hidden function within the machine's dream. Dee Dee hands him a tiny gear. Here, let's finish it together. Step by step, they assemble the module. The light pulses gently with each connection. When the final piece clicks into place, a soft chime rings throughout the lab. A warm silver glow spreads slowly, weaving through every machine and shadow. The Somni Analyzer hums softly, rhythmic and calm, and the tiny dream fragments, floating birds, twinkling symbols, and glowing puzzles fade gently into the background, leaving a serene, peaceful glow across the lab. Dee Dee sighs, curling up on a blanket. All done. It's finally calm, and everything feels cozy. Dexter nods, closing his notebook. Indeed. The machine's dreams have been explored and harmonized, its subtle mysteries revealed, and in doing so, the lab itself rests in serenity. The shadows curl softly. The hum of machines becomes a lullaby. The silver glow washes gently over the siblings. Dexter murmurs, almost asleep. Curiosity fulfilled, peace restored. All is calm. Dee Dee whispers, "Good night, dreamy lab." Good night, sleepy machine. The lab is quiet, soft and warm, carrying them gently into dreams of light, gentle puzzles, and playful discoveries. The lab glows softly, silver light spilling across shelves, gadgets, and the gently humming somni-analyzer. Shadows curl like soft waves, stretching and folding in quiet rhythm. Dexter kneels beside the flickering display. Although the main simulation has stabilized, minor residual pulses remain, almost like threads of unfinished thoughts. If we trace them carefully, we may fully harmonize the dream. Dee Dee steps closer, tilting her head. Threads of thoughts? Dexter? It's like we're weaving a sleepy tapestry with the machine. Dexter smiles faintly, adjusting his glasses. Exactly. We must follow each subtle pulse, ensuring it integrates with the system. Any overlooked thread could leave restlessness behind. The soft, glowing paths wind across the lab like ribbons of moonlight. Dexter and Dee Dee follow them step by step, their movements gentle, unhurried. Each pulse they trace sends a ripple of calm through the somni-analyzer and the surrounding machines. A tiny holographic projection flickers above a workbench, an unfinished miniature invention, spinning slowly in the air. Dee Dee gasps softly. Another little surprise. It's so pretty, Dexter. Dexter examines the projection. Residual dream energy. A leftover thought of creativity. If we engage with it gently, the system will accept it and stabilize fully. They carefully place the floating pieces together, following the rhythm of the machine's hum. Light pulses in response, expanding slowly until the lab is filled with a soft, warm glow. Shadows settle, curling softly at the corners. A delicate spiral of silver light appears at the center of the somni-analyzer, pulsing slowly. Dexter kneels. This must be the final thread. If we trace it to its conclusion, the dream will be complete. Dee Dee nods, whispering, "Let's do it together, Dexter." Careful and gentle. Step by step, they follow the spiral, connecting faintly glowing nodes, aligning them with the pulse of the machine. Each connection sends a ripple of calm through the lab. The shadows bend, the light stretches, and the hum softens into a gentle lullaby. The final node clicks into place. The silver spiral dissolves, spreading a soft, even glow across the lab. Every machine hums quietly, every shadow rests, and the somni-analyzer shines with serene silver lights. Dee Dee yawns, curling up on a blanket. It's really peaceful now, like bedtime in the whole lab. Dexter leans back, closing his notebook. Indeed. All threads traced, all pulses harmonized. The experiment is complete, and the machine rests fully. The shadows and soft light wrap the lab in warmth. Outside, the moon spills silver across the floor. Dee Dee whispers, half asleep, "Good night, lab. Good night, dreaming machine." Dexter murmurs softly, "Good night." Curiosity satisfied, all at peace. The gentle hum of the machines becomes a lullaby. A soft silver glow fills the lab, carrying both Dexter and Dee Dee into a deep, peaceful sleep dot. The lab is bathed in soft silver light. Machines hum quietly. Shadows curl gently along the shelves, and the somni-analyzer glows with serene, steady pulses. Every corner of the room seems wrapped in a quiet warmth, as if the lab itself has sighed in relief. Dexter sits at the edge of a chair, notebook closed, glasses slightly crooked, but a faint smile on his face. The experiment is complete. The restless pulses harmonized, and the machine rests in tranquility. Dee Dee curls up on a pile of blankets, hugging her rabbit close. "It feels so cozy now, Dexter. Like bedtime for the whole lab." The soft silver glow from The somni-analyzer spreads gently across the floor, reaching every machine and shelf. Even the shadows seem to stretch and curl softly, settling into quiet shapes, like blankets draped around the lab. Dexter whispers, "Even machines, and perhaps even our minds, require guidance to find calm." Tonight, we have learned that patience, care, and gentle attention can restore harmony. Dee Dee smiles sleepily. So, the lab is happy, and so are we. A faint pulse of light from the somni-analyzer seems to echo her words, flickering softly like a slow heartbeat. The gentle hum of machines creates a lullaby, rhythmic and soothing, carrying a sense of safety and warmth. Dexter leans back, eyes closing slowly. Good night, Dee Dee. Good night, lab. And good night, restless curiosity, now at peace. Dee Dee yawns, curling closer. Good night, Dexter. Good night, dreamy machine. Sleep well. The soft silver glow fills the lab, wrapping every shadow, every invention, and every corner in gentle calm. Machines hum quietly, steady and harmonious. The once restless somni-analyzer now pulses softly in rhythm with the calm of the night. The moonlight spills through the windows, silver and serene, and the lab becomes a cozy world of peace. Dexter and Dee Dee drift fully into sleep, the gentle rhythm of the machines and the soft glow of the somni-analyzer, carrying them into dreams filled with quiet adventures and playful discoveries. Outside, the night stretches calm and endless. The lab rests, the machine rests, and the siblings rest, safe, cozy, and full of gentle wonder. The lab is quiet and still. The soft silver glow of the somni-analyzer bathes every shelf, every machine, and every corner in gentle, soothing light. Shadows curl softly, stretching like blankets over the room, and every humming gadget hums a lullaby in gentle harmony. Dexter lies back in his chair, eyes half closed, glasses slightly askew. The dream simulation is fully stabilized, every pulse accounted for. The machine rests, and so shall we. Dee Dee yawns, curling up on a blanket with her stuffed rabbit tucked tightly. Good night, lab. Good night, dreamy machine. Sleep tight. The somni-analyzer hums softly, its silver light pulsing in a steady, even rhythm. Each pulse spreads warmth, washing over Dexter, Dee Dee, and every corner of the lab. Shadows soften. The faint flickers of leftover dream fragments fade gently into the glow, leaving calm in their place. Dexter murmurs, "Curiosity guided by care, attention paired with patience. These are the keys not just for experiments, but for peace." Dee Dee snuggles closer, eyes closing. So even restless machines and restless minds can find calm with a little help. The soft hum of the lab becomes a lullaby. Machines breathe with quiet rhythm. Shadows curl like soft blankets. The silver glow of the somni-analyzer bathes everything in warmth, gentle and reassuring. Dexter exhales, fully relaxed. Good night, Dee Dee. Good night, lab. Good night, restless thoughts. Now at peace. Dee Dee whispers, half asleep. Good night, Dexter. Good night, dreamy lab. Sleep well. The lab, the machines, and the siblings are at rest. The gentle silver glow slowly dims, leaving only a calm shimmer of moonlight across the floor. Every hum fades to quiet rhythm. Shadows fold softly in the corners. Outside, the night stretches serene, endless, and peaceful. Inside, Dexter and Dee Dee drift deeply into dreams, safe, cozy, and full of gentle wonder. The lab has returned to harmony. Curiosity is satisfied, questions are answered, and the soft lessons of the night linger. Kindness, patience, and care can calm even the most restless of minds or machines. And the night continues, quiet, silver, and filled with dreams. The lab is quiet now. Machines hum softly, glowing gently like tiny stars. Shadows curl around every corner, stretching softly like blankets. Dexter adjusts his glasses, leaning back in his chair, eyes closing slowly. Good night, Dee Dee. Good night, lab. And good night, curious minds everywhere. Dee Dee yawns, curling up on a cozy pile of blankets, hugging her stuffed rabbit close. Good night, Dexter. Good night, machines. Good night, gentle ghosts. Sleep tight. The soft glow from the inventions fades into a calm silver shimmer. Every pulse, every hum, every flicker of light carries a gentle lullaby, wrapping the lab in warmth. Outside, the moon spills silver across the windows, soft and serene. Inside, Dexter and Dee Dee drift into peaceful dreams, safe and cozy, surrounded by the quiet magic of curiosity, kindness, and care. The adventures of the night may end, but the lessons remain. Even mysteries, restlessness, or gentle spooks can be understood, with patience, care, and a little curiosity. Sleep well, little inventors. The lab is at peace, and so are you. Good night. Sweet dreams, until tomorrow's adventure.